they wanted his money. Now, we as a society have to figure out how do we deal with a list where we know, let's say, 5 or 10% of the people are pedophiles, and we know 90% are innocent. And I don't know how to deal with that as a society, but that's what a grown-up conversation would be. I think a conversation that says every single person on the list is a scumbag who should be humiliated, I don't think that's a reasonable conversation, and I say that with respect.
I would agree with you if we were in a normal political environment, but it seems that it's solely focused. Like, I'm well aware that Trump was on the airplane, well aware that Epstein has recorded and impugned and stated that, hey, let's stop at whatever his golf course is in New Jersey, and flew up there and went to go see Trump on a golf course. I'm aware that Trump didn't necessarily like Epstein. They ran in similar circles, but didn't really necessarily like each other. There was some disagreement or some disgruntlement where Trump threw Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. That's been pretty prominent, and Trump hasn't really discussed on it. I'm aware that Trump is the only one to sit down for a deposition. That's striking to me. That one is eye-opening and revealing if he's the only one to do so. He's also the only one named in depositions as partaking in the events. So far, on the ones accumulated, and on the list, and in the Maxwell trial itself. So he wasn't I'm confused as to why everybody seems to zero in on Trump and the Epstein. Like, he made the promise casually. He didn't really make a promise. He casually inferred to it. But even if he doesn't release the Epstein list,
Brad, let me try to answer you very briefly, okay? I don't think that any of the Epstein files is going to stick to Trump, and I think it's for a reason that you've never brought up. To the best of my knowledge, you've never brought this up. The reason, and you're welcome to criticize me, but don't interrupt me, okay? The Democratic Party has a 20-year track record of inventing fake rape charges against Republicans, right? It's a very, very popular technique. The Democratic Party will find a Republican they don't like, they'll invent a rape charge. Obviously, they accused Trump of raping a woman in a dressing room, but more importantly, and it's easy for you to prove everything I'm saying, the Democratic Party decided to falsely accuse the Duke lacrosse players of rape. The Democratic district attorney knew they were innocent. He had ample evidence they were innocent, but he said, look, I'll get donations from rich Democrats if I prosecute these innocent people. So it has been absolutely proven that he knowingly prosecuted innocent little boys because they were Republicans and because they put money in stuff. And then the final thing I'll say is you could Google a case called the Tawana Brawley case. In New York, the Democrats invented a false rape charge against some Republicans, and they were ready to put these Republicans in prison for life on obviously false rape charges. And you could go on and on and on. It's very easy to confirm. So I'm trying to be politically neutral. I know of zero examples of the Republican Party deciding to frame Democrats who are innocent of rape, but I know there's so many examples. So I think as Trump makes those cases well known, I just think none of this mud will step to him, but I'm eager to hear people criticize.
Hey, Gnosis, how's it been? I haven't seen you in a hot minute.
How you doing, my friend? Yeah, it's been a while, man. It's been a while. Just jumped back from Clubhouse to see what's popping, and hear the hot takes from some of the smartest minds. So then I came in here. No, I'm joking. So cool. Nice to meet you.
Good to have you back. We had a lot of old school like Clubhouse season 1ers and 2s come back, and it's been interesting to see them come back onto the app. It's fall, it's midterm time. People are probably trying to figure out what's really going on in the rooms. I heard on your side of the pond, it's getting pretty dicey and exciting over there.
My God, like what the actual fuck? God, this is insane. I actually left the United Kingdom. I left. I've been living in Cape Verde. I've been living out in Africa for the past, I think it's about 12 months now, and I'm in Cape Verde at the moment. I'm probably going to have a jet to holiday to like the age or something like that, right? Because I just can't be bothered right now with what's going on. Like, I just no, I've had enough. The United Kingdom is a third world country. Like England is a third world country, you say. it's falling to shit, basically. Sorry if I'm swearing, people. It's falling to us. The nation itself is just deteriorating just rapidly. And I understand why the native British people are upset. Like, it's not rocket science. But again, Keir Starmer is a joke of a prime minister. And I think either reform or even the socialists might have some bearing in the next election. So I don't know. It's interesting. Like you said, it's quite.
Red, is it possible you would vote for Nigel Farage?
I would vote for Nigel Farage. I would vote for him. It's actually possible I would vote for. I'm a conservative, right? But I would actually vote for somebody like what's his name now? The socialist, white guy, Jeremy Corbyn. Do you know what I mean? Just as a fuck you to that. I mean, I know you're probably gonna hate me for that. It is what it is, but I mean, his policies do seem to be a lot more aligned with actually helping the British people as opposed to just the corporate establishment or whoever, right? So, you know, and reform, I mean, reform speaks for itself. I mean, reform are kind of like a British, they're like MAGA light. Do you know what I mean? It's like MAGA light, but I mean, it is what it is. So, yeah, I would vote for either or at this point because Keir Starmer, who we knew was and is one of these pedos, or at least associated with the whole pedo ring that happens, that has been around since the dawn of time, if you would. Mainly speaking about, what's his name, Jimmy Fix-It, you know what I'm talking about, guys? Do you know what I'm talking about? The guy who's close to the crown, right? And his association with that whole thing, it's just giving the whole. I can go on, I can speak at length for some jobs I'm going to cut here. What I'm saying is, look, the country's gone to shit. I would vote for the Reform Party because I think that they have the right idea back to your nation, if anything. And I say that because that's how I would vote if I was, as a Nigerian man, if I was back in Nigeria, the country that was the party that was the back of the country, I'm going to vote for those people, especially when, you know, there's a shit on the point. Anyway, I'm rambling, but yeah, you know what I'm with that. You know, trying to temper myself. That's racist, but yeah, it is.
Well, sorry you guys are going through that. You know, we kind of have we're in the middle of ours, so you're at the beginning of yours, and we'll see how it goes. It looks like a lot of European nations are starting to go that way. Canada is in the midst; they're about to kick theirs off, so we'll see how that goes. Mexico is starting to realize that, so the U.S. is having a broader influence, and as more European countries start to get on board, it's going to start to spread a little bit more to a lot of other places that don't already have the similar kind of views that people are wanting. And that's the pride.
This is the thing of pride, right? I think nationalism has been a society resurface itself as a tool to be weaponized by the left as they like to position people as racists. You see the same kind of philosophy happening right now in Africa, right? So a lot of the European nations, I listen to some conservative speakers, and one of them a few years back, I forget his name now, he was saying that there's like kind of a resurgence of conservatism, of conservative values, of nationalism, of national pride, kind of sweeping through Europe. And I can see that, like, for quite a while, we've just seen seven conservative politicians, they say, murdered, have been found dead in Germany. They're all right-wing. Like, what are we doing? What was taking place in France again with the arrest of somebody, I think earlier this year, maybe I'm getting it confused with another country. What I'm trying to say is, there is this kind of
right now to go back to war against Israel. They've been talking about it for days. In Iran and Israel, they're about to go back out, and in Syria right now, they're about to go fight again.
Come on, Iran have already, played out its hand.
Oh, stop this. I'm living in a fantasy world, man. They got more ballistic missiles to give Israel Tel Aviv for.
Okay, I'm going to give you a question for a second, guys. So,
AR's coming back up, but he was saying what I was trying to say is that I don't like Israel, but I'm originally from Lebanon. I live in America because my grandfather was killed by the PLO when they were in Lebanon. You got the mic, AR. Everybody be patient. He has been patient enough to speak. Please don't interrupt him. Go ahead.
Thank you. Because I am a nationalist as I was raised to be, but don't.
Prison time in another leaked core. I think that's it for the celebrity hood talk.
I mean, y'all go ahead and one of them.
Oh, I see mom's boyfriend fatally shoots 16-year-old who was returning home through a back door after mistaking him for a burglar.
Oh, fuck.
They gonna sneak out on her. Also, another video. Not a single woman was sitting at the White House meeting on women's health. All men. Sitting at a fucking table. All white fucking men. Sitting at a fucking table speaking on women's health. Interesting. Oh, man. I'm sure there's a way to find out, right? What? I'm sure there's a way to defend it, right? Isn't there a MAGA explanation for that somehow? We ran the magas off. You missed it. I pinged you in so you could see just dragging somebody, but you came too late.
I just asked him a question.
What was the question?
If he was good.
Was it Jamal? Was it Jamal?
It was E-Lady.
Bruce Willis, I guess, reacts to the trolls telling her why she no longer lives with Bruce Willis. And, she moved to another home nearby with her kids during this, his dementia and stuff. Hey, quick question for you, because you're on top, but anybody else as well. Did anybody see the high school catfish thing on Netflix?
Yeah, and it's had without National Guard support, and it's not going well. So two cities started two similar programs. One succeeded because of National Guard help. The other one in Philadelphia is not doing so fucking great. Now, granted, Philadelphia is a little bit bigger, but it's still not going great. And we're having issues there with kids going to school. Trump saying he's going to hit Chicago, possibly Memphis, and others. These are things I wanted to talk about because I think it is a concern. I do have concerns about National Guard being used and the way the left is trying to portray this. They're not coming in being authoritarian. They're not arresting people. They're not rioting issues to show force. And they're there as an assist in case of massive explosion of violence. So, such as, gunfights or a criminal that's tackling and destroying 2 or 3 cops. They're there to lend assistance as need be and to provide I don't want to say passionate crimes or acts, I forget the term for it, but just like non-premeditated crimes, like fist fighting or something along those lines, trying to push people, hurt people, drug dealers from, again, going after children. These are things that we can kind of block with the National Guard who's watching right there. It's eyes on them, and you're not going to fuck with a guy. And they're not walking around with AR-15s or any military scary assault weapons. They have a 9mm, and that's the extent of it. And maybe some mace, I think, and a couple of zip ties. Literally nothing more than what a police officer would carry. And I think these were good things. But today's news, we have the Epstein, and I'm going to post the article at the top. It appears the Epstein group, or at least some of the victims, are going to come together and release their own list. And I want to know what people's opinions are about this. I want to know why Democrats are really trying to play a toe a line on this and try to play it very finessing when overwhelmingly their biggest leaders, their biggest donors, their biggest prominent names in their party are going to be on this list. Like, let's not forget that Trump was a Democrat. He was a Democrat donor. This is literally the list, if there is one. This Epstein list is going to be a Democrat donor list. It's going to be something Nancy Pelosi walked around with, like going, who can I get money from in the midterms? That's how I see it. But I'm willing to take on any arguments. Remember, this is the political compass. I am conservative. I am biased over the owners of these houses. We make no qualms about it, but all opinions will be allowed to be up here. If you say some bullshit in the chat, I will smack you, or one of the other moms will smack you when they come in here, one of the administrators. Just know that I don't tolerate any anti-Semitism. I don't care what race you are, and I don't care who you call Sky Daddy. I don't care about if you're Muslim. If you're there, I really don't want to hear my position on Israel and Palestine, because mine is completely different from everybody else's, and you won't like the outcome. And I don't care what country you're from. All I care about is the idea of this. So let's get this Epstein thing on the board. Since conservatives are consistently having to defend themselves over this, let's have this out. Should Trump release it? What do you think's on there? What do you think is really the holdup from just releasing the treasure trove of information? Did you get a chance to review the 30,000 pages of documents that were just released? Are you excited, happy about it? So go ahead, Pepe, Alyssa, Joe, Red, go ahead.
Well, all I know is that it's so much more than they thought, that they have to go through many more.
Was it like motion?
I can see you something.
Anybody in the audience want to come up? You guys welcome to come. What's up, Rodney? How you doing, there, bro?
How are you?
Okay, how are you? We were talking about BBC, how trustworthy the news agency is.
Not at all. Coming from a British person, not at all.
I find it, a little bit, right? You could say they're probably like 25% of the time.
It's very seasonal, in my opinion.
Are you
Whereas there's like Zionist support. The people who throwing blood on the BBC, don't they? They support that stuff. It's a government-funded unit.
If it's government funded, why the bias?
It runs on the
Yeah, but don't they leak?
Jesus. Are you into like sympathizer, Moog? Is that what your name is? Moog or Moog?
What's wrong with being a homosexual?
It's wrong.
It ain't nothing wrong.
Oh, they didn't have to have October 7th happen for that to happen.
No, they couldn't. They needed a reason. That's why baby set this whole thing up.
They had reasons before October 7th.
No, they didn't.
Obviously, no. Yeah, they did. They shot over 9,000 rockets into Israel in May 2021.
So what? So what?
That's not a reason. That's not a
Yes,
reason.
no one died.
Yes, people did die.
No, they did not. You fucking liar.
People died.
Go look at the casualties throughout
Oh my
the years
God.
of Hamas's missiles going into Israel. Guess what? Almost 95% of them get shot down by the fucking Iron Dome, you fucking liar.
This is one of the largest.
Everyone knows that. Most Israelis get hurt because of the shrapnel. He's a fucking liar.
And where did the shrapnel come from? It comes from the fucking rocket, you idiot.
Yeah, they got shot down by the Iron Dome.
Well, what do you want them to do? Let the rocket hit the fucking house?
That's not the point. The point is they know
The point is
there is
they
no
shot the
mass.
rocket
There
either way.
has never
That's the
been
point.
mass casualties
My
from
God,
Hamas's
you're
fucking
talking so
missiles.
fucking retard.
You are retards. Stop trying to equate that those missiles caused thousands of deaths for Israelis. It hasn't. You're a fucking idiot and a liar.
How many have died due to the rockets that Hamas shot?
Probably less than 100. Probably. I'm gonna go do the research now.
Can you hear me?
Do it. Come back.
It doesn't matter if it was 100 or it's one.
It's still a fucking act of war. You don't shoot rockets into a sovereign nation. He doesn't understand that.
Yeah, I can't speak over people, but yeah, it's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. One of the big excuses I've ever heard that it's okay because Israel has the Iron Dome to defend itself, that it shouldn't be able to retaliate against anybody else because they don't have an Iron Dome. It's so stupid.
Like, they're so stupid. Who says that Israel couldn't respond? No one said they couldn't. You idiot.
Like, you literally just said.
You're an idiot. You're an idiot.
So fine. Israel needs to just blow Hamas out of the ocean. Should just blow Gaza out of the water. Just like push it into the ocean.
Much. We left the dump. Quite late.
Fire against the United States of America. Donald Trump.
Alright, let's enact the 25th Amendment, take away his fucking phone, and that's it.
Yeah.
This shit is the kind of shit that you're fucking drunk and stoned and you're tweeting from underneath your covers.
But there isn't a nation. He didn't. Hold on, Alyssa. There's not a nation he didn't drone strike, and he drone struck an American without due process, waiving constitutional rights. So I have issues with Obama, like on his bullshit, but not saying he's gay or transsexual. That's just not me.
I think that's how Alyssa talks, just in her defense. He knows who I am. He's just coming out on the other side, revealing who he really is. And he played a different part. He played a different character when he came on.
I play a different character. I'm the same guy. I call everybody a faggot till this day. Faggots, faggots, faggots.
You were pretty different when I met you 5 years ago. I had a different stand politically.
What changed? Why also focus
I don't want to change the subject.
Okay, so let's do this. We're gonna stop this. Not on my stage. Guys, you go have the backroom chat. I don't know, Lotte. Maybe you forgot to bring home the groceries. Alyssa, maybe you just, I don't know, forgot to remember his birthday or fishing trip. I don't fucking know. But whatever the love quarrel is, go have it in another room. Come back and,
I was allowed to slam my dick in between the door.
Yeah, to each their own. But I don't want to have this kind of like crap on here, and I get bored with that stuff really easy. But let's go back to this Epstein thing. Is this what everybody wants to talk about? Because no one really wants to come on stage and really kind of add teeth to it. No one wants to have that deep dive discussion. So is that a negative, or you can say you're concerned about pedophiles, you can say you're concerned about the kids, you can say a lot of things, but I'm just asking you to come up and offer your point of view, and I'll make sure everybody gets to hear it. Welcome, Duran.
Hey, Brad, how's everyone?
Good.
So this is just my wild supposition about how Trump did a 180 live in front of the press a few weeks ago about this issue, in the sense that he was promising it was going to be released, and so was his attorney general, and then when he was in front of the press, he tried to downplay it and redirect and all that, and then it became the big Democratic sticking point in the media for the next few weeks. And my wild supposition is this: they actually saw the meat of what was in there, and they realized that if this all truly saw the light of day in the fullest sense, that both parties are implicated, and it is such an existential threat to the existing order and all of the powers that be, that no Democrat or Republican would be ever elected again. And he was basically told that if you release this, our entire system will come down because they're all implicated. So I think he then had a choice. He could either do the misdirection and are you still talking about that loser kind of thing that Trump did in front of the press, or he could say, listen, it's a national security issue and we've made another decision not to release this information. But the full meat of the list, and so I think he tried to do his little Trump shit, and it sort of backfired at him for a couple weeks, but the public have short memories. People will move on, and that's why I think they didn't release it.
Welcome, First Lady, and thanks, Joyce. I do have a question, though. Here's my view. And for those that don't know, First Lady does run the political correctness room. I encourage you to go in there. I'm going to give this caveat. It is not always political or the discussions. Sometimes it's just mind-numbingly you're banging your head against the wall. But she does try to keep it on point. She's probably one of the best mods in there next to Patty. So these two ladies, when they're teamed up together and they have a point they want to attack, it's going to be on that point. Everybody else, I would just take with a grain of salt. But listen to what these two ladies say. As far as your view on this, I look at it in the market sense. We are aware that Epstein played around in the markets significantly, particularly Wall Street and particularly in foreign, like the Houston exchanges, the Japanese, the Asian markets. He was all over the place. We're aware that he miraculously somehow put together billions of dollars, but no one knows necessarily where all those funds came from, how those sources are. So he had to make it up in where would be Wall Street's. My feeling is on the Epstein list is something akin to what you're hitting on. I think what we would see, it would be a huge financial collapse. Like, I think what we honestly find is that there's more money out there, probably hidden in accounts in Cayman or the Bermuda account papers and things along those lines. We'd find more of those. I think releasing this is an iceberg like that sunk the Titanic. And I think a lot of these hedge funders and financiers are sweating the most. And that's who's backing, like the Clintons. Clinton went to the island. He enjoyed having sex with underage kids. We're aware of that. Trump, so far, there hasn't been any indication. He's visited the island. He's been on a plane. Maybe not. I'm not saying that they didn't happen. It may have. Dershowitz, he visited the island. He was a lawyer. So, yeah, maybe there's some connection there. That should be concerning. The Prince Andrew of fucking England. We always knew about those, like, weak English princes. But, that's concerning as well. So, but I'm more concerned about the finance markets and the epic collapse that could unfold. Could you imagine Bank of America, Chase, Capital One, like all of those markets would just like gone right away without the leadership because those guys have been flown around. Could you imagine that?
Brad, 2 days before this filth that Epstein got suicided, like I like to say it. He did this like magically while he was locked up. Like the trust was being put up. And to that trust, like $577 million was the deposit. Wait, was it even fucking possible? Is it that possible in the United States? While you're like locked up, you can put a trust up and deposit money. Not like $20 or something. $577 million.
Yeah,
That is just.
So I'll say this, like the Epsteins of the world, they don't circulate with people like me or you or where is she, even the most elegant first lady. We're not those people. We're not even on their list. You could think you're all that in a bag of chips. First lady's very attractive. Joe B's attractive. She may think she's prominent. She's not. She's not Epstein level prominence. We don't run in those circles. That circle is really small, really tight, and it's really finessed. And there's usually two factions, a little bit for the cameras and for the public, but generally it's all one circle underneath. And it's literally that 1% of the world. Trump, Epstein, they radiated around that. They ran in those fields. They're with them with the Buffett and the Soros and the Bill Gates and et cetera. Give me the other ones. The princes from whatever Nigeria that only needs $500 million or whatever needs $500 to raise $500 million, and you'll get your gems and your stones. Like all of that shit, these guys don't operate around us. We're their market. We're their cash. They're looking at us as like, how do I get their money into my pocket? How do I do that? And they are looking at us that way. We're their cattle, so to speak. We fight their wars. We build their skyscrapers. We build their homes. We build the highways. We give them water. We fix their food. We clean their apartments, their homes. We make their cars. We do all that. They don't. All they do is fund us with money, and we partake in that society, and then they try to figure out a way to get that money back. And these guys don't fucking operate normally, and it's so small. I would expect, like in Epstein and Clinton's, they all run, and those politicians, those are all just parasites on. These guys are all the shakers and movers in the world. To be fair, I'm not throwing any conspiracy out there. They just are. Go ahead.
I'm chomping at the bits to give two famous people quotes to illustrate your point that you just made. George Carlin, it's a small club and you ain't in it. And then Dave Chappelle to an audience, y'all just think you're white people, but you don't actually meet the real white people until you make $100 million.
Wait, is he in that circle? 100 million, a lot of money.
I mean, it was a joke.
I'm not
getting points.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's too weird, man. Like if they can't release that list, right, it gotta be really fucked up. And like even the house of Epstein, right? $80 million mansion, the most expensive house in at least in the upper north of New York, that he got for $1. You know, they got their friends from JP Morgan that wired him, I believe it was 150 million. Like, what the fuck do you know that somebody's like, okay, here comes the money?
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand.
That is something. It's got to be super fucking dark, darker than hell if you ask me. If somebody's like, yeah, I'm gonna send you this money, right? And we're not talking about $50 or $100. I think it was $150 million. By the way, Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, Jean-Marie Luc, was locked up in France, arrested, suicide in the same way as Epstein. I don't know if anybody knew this, but it's got to be really messed up. That's where I'm at, but whatever the fuck that means for me.
I hear you on it, and I don't discount the facts. Like, I mean, there is some. I firmly believe Epstein was killed. I don't believe it. But I want to get First Lady in here because she's just sitting here quietly, acting all cute and stuff. First Lady, what do you think about this? Where do you think this is going to eventually end up?
No, Vic, don't laugh at him. He's crazy.
He can't afford his medication anymore.
I can afford my medication. What are you talking about?
Fuck you, Brad.
No, you know, Brett, I really and truly, I don't know. I just feel like, you know, I was listening to some of the ladies today, and, you know, to hear they started when they were 14, and now they're this age. You know, I'm glad that they are getting the reprieve that they need. I'm just really afraid of what might come out. I don't know. I don't know. I just wish that maybe they could just pay the women. Like, did they ever get any payment from this, or like, is there a way to compensate them? I don't know. It's scary. It can go really bad. That's what I think. And you know me, I'm always trying to avoid conflict. So whatever leads us to peace is where I would like for us to be. I don't know that this is going to be that. I just wish they would never open this mess up. And what is the conversation about when they say Biden didn't do this and someone? I don't know, because I never really thought that it would ever come out, to be honest with you. So now that we're here and it's getting closer and closer and people keep pushing, I feel like they just going to open up a can of worms that can't be closed.
I agree with you. I think the more people that push this narrative and push, you know, what but you're not gonna like this. And for the people on the left, and I know, lady, like primarily your room runs on the left, they should be very cautious about their own Trump's the pedo, because it could come out. Trump may have like screwed an underage girl. Could have. He didn't do it in Epstein Island because he ain't been there. Like, at least that's so far. We learned that from the Maxwell files. We learned that later on, allegedly, or at least documented and under deposition and all these things. And Maxwell said under oath, in order to be transferred, and all of these things that she has in motion to be kept alive, she said that Trump's not partook in any of those events, and that wasn't at Epstein Island. So if Trump's not been there, and he's only been on the plane a couple of times, there's a possibility he could have done something. Probably, maybe, I don't know. But I'm saying there's a lot more likely when you have like Michael Jackson's name, when you have Bill Clinton's name, and you have, you know, the Juanita Broader story that still won't go away because she still didn't get satisfaction. That's coming out. So I'm saying that Democrats should really be kind of like stopping the acts, because that's going to affect a lot of their donor base. Like Schiff Sames up in there, that circle, like he was brought up in there. A lot of Californians, Pelosi, she's going to be thrown in there. Probably her husband, that name's going to probably drop. I mean, these are players. Like, that market's going to swirl around it, and that's going to be their lasting legacy. And the more you hope for it, which I'm all for, let's see it, but you may not like the results. That rubber band has a way of springing back on you.
But I mean, you're saying the Democrats, but the Republicans are the one that's pushing for it. Marjorie, she was right in front. Today, she was right at the press conference. She was smiling and everything. She had a cute little outfit on. So the Republicans are pushing just as hard as the Dems are pushing for this.
Yeah, MAGA's been pushing for this for a while because they believe it pretty much destroys the DNC, which I would say it is an agreement. Like, even the photos with Trump and Epstein, you look at the dates, yeah, he's going to be around Epstein because, again, those were donor events, donor organizations, donor parties. You see a whole lot of people there that are donating money for the DNC. Those are fundraising dinners. So, yes, Trump's going to be in the vicinity of Epstein, and because those were donor lists. But what I'm saying is, like, Marjorie Taylor Greene, I really wish we could get rid of the AOCs and MGGs. Or MTGs, I don't know, whatever, butch bad built bodies they have. I wish we could just get past them and actually just prosecute who we need to. But Marjorie Taylor Greene's going to have a point. She's going to be cleaning this. She can go out front, and she represents a good, significant portion of MAGA. And she's going to go to the two because they want it. They want it. That's who really wants it, not the whole Republican list, because they also know there's a lot of financiers that they have to go to for money. And that's going to hurt. That's going to really.
Did you listen to Marjorie Taylor Greene last week on the Megyn Kelly show? It was either last week or the week before.
No, you'll have to give it to us. I'll listen to it now if you have it, or if you just want to recap it up.
Well, she had her for the whole hour. It was just a one-on-one interview for the whole hour. So they went through a range of topics. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, I've never heard her sound more with it, and current, and smart, and, in a way that it goes against the popular perception of her. So it was a great interview.
Do you want to give us, what did she say on it, in relation to this point, or?
About the Epstein stuff, I don't remember specifically, but I would still recommend the episode.
Okay. Bryson. But, I'm still, wondering, because when I look now, even the list of the statements by the survivors today, with MG, whatever, Marjorie Taylor Greene there, I'm looking and I'm like, I mean, you got Massey filing the discharge position, Rokana wants to vote to compel the Justice Department to release all of them. But when you go to look at some of the antics by Democrat PAC committees, you see, like First Lady and the rest of you see some actions that I don't know. Like, why are you going to judges to try to block releases? Like, I don't. You're saying you want this, but then there seems to be dueling fights within both parties, and apparently one lower tiered ranking side, like I would say Marjorie Taylor Greens and Massey's, who aren't normally at the leadership tables, they're fighting for something, and the upper tier is saying, shut the fuck up, sit down. You don't understand how much this will financially ruin or impact us directly, and how many people are actually going to be caught up in this. It's going to be the movers and shakers. It's going to be Hollywood, and it's going to be kings and queens of other countries and parliaments of other countries, that are going to be involved in this. And that's what I honestly think.
Yeah, that has to be part of it too. Just that they would have to spend a ton of political capital to release this and probably not receive any huge benefits to them. And it would probably upset many of our allies also.
What I'm saying is, like, Marjorie Taylor, I'm trying to think, like, Trump could drop this on his last day in office, just automatically release this all the way out. I wonder if he's using, and I'm going to say this, Trump is really good at branding and marketing. He knows how to play these hit pieces. A lot of people have forgotten that when, the Billy Bush tape dropped, people said that was the end of Trump. His popularity dropped, blah, blah, blah. Then the next thing you know, Trump comes out on stage with all of the victims, all the right people, right in front of Bill fucking Clinton, and basically slaps that in there. So that's pretty impressive. I mean, I don't know. I'm looking at this and going, is Trump using this to gain leverage over the midterms and to use it as a political capital tool and trying to draw it out so that he can hurt certain Democrats? Or is he trying to draw it out to hurt for the 2028 election to make sure that who he picks is the successor and he drops that bombshell onto whoever? So someone like Newsom or somebody who may be involved could end up, in a lot of trouble. I don't know. What do the rest of you guys think? You're all in the audience, really quiet. Usually you guys come up on stages. What's going on today?
Is it my presence? It's me. That's why.
It's on you. It's just something's weird today. This topic alone, people don't want to touch.
I want to avoid it as much as possible. I think the more we talk about it, the more people get excited about it. Everybody was foaming at the mouth. All the Epstein shows coming out the eyes, coming out the mind. I'm like, oh my God. Whatever. And so people just, I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't either. Like, I've heard people come to me, Trump's a pedo. Really? Where's that conviction case? Where's that proof? Where's that? Well, I don't have anything, but he won't release the files. There's lots of reasons why presidents don't release the files. Fuck. Obama didn't release a shit ton of files. We asked for the JFK files, and those never got released. That was starting. We asked for the Iran-Contra files. Those never got released. That happened under Clinton. So, I mean, we always have files that are never always released. We always ask for information. Presidents promise something, partially deliver, most of the time don't deliver, and we're stuck holding the bag, and then we just move on to the next big shiny thing. I don't know. This one seems to be plaguing Trump a little bit, but I think it's also due to his own action, and part of me really wants to think he's using it as a marketing tool. It just screams of that from his prior antics, lady.
Oh, that's the scary part. I'm like, why would you even do this? Why would you play around like that? Now, I don't know. Do you think that the previous presidents actually saw the files? Like, they really know what's in it? Like, the names and everything? You think that?
I think some of them know who's, like, here's what I think. I don't think there's an actual list. Well, there may be a list. There's at least incriminating evidence out there. There's something out there. Otherwise, Maxwell would be dead. Like, let's call it for what it is. She would have been killed. I don't believe Epstein hung himself with a sheet. That stuff's not really happening. And I think, honestly, there's something that's at least evidence enough that protect her and give her some kind of leverage against other people. I also think in terms of it, I think some of the events and some of the parties are much like a P. Diddy party. A lot of people that were there, they got oiled up, they saw who was around, and just like when P. Diddy went to trial, a lot of people out in P. Diddy's orbit and network got fucking nervous, and they continued to get nervous, and they acted nervous, and they weren't necessarily, clean cut. They're like, oh my God, I did this. And they started running. They deleted their social media. They did all sorts of weird things. I think the same thing. A lot of people know who was there at certain parties. I mean, who's not going to remember? I'm going to be honest. Like, someone's going to remember having like some kind of orgy with Bill Clinton. I'm just saying, there's going to be people there. You know what I mean?
I saw a young lady today at one of the press conference saying that she went on a trip to Africa.
I didn't hear you, hon. What was that?
Sorry, I'm out with you today. There was a lady at the press conference today saying that she went to Africa on a trip to Africa.
The lady, you mean one of the speakers? They're
Yes.
going to release. Yeah, they're going to release their list. Marjorie Taylor Greene's going to do it, and Massey is filing a rights petition. So there's a couple things going on in terms of the Epstein file. It's just, with all this shit in the world, I'm with the first lady on this. Wherever she went, she disappeared. I'm with her on this one. Like, it's not my big, like, it's an issue. I definitely would like the people prosecuted, but they're going to escape justice. Again, we don't hobnob with it, and we're asking the people who make the rules, who broke the rules, to somehow be accountable to the rules. Just doesn't seem to ever work out well for us. So I'm less than hopeful. So Epstein hasn't consumed me like it has others, but apparently there's going to be some headway. Marjorie Taylor Greene's taking up the fight. She's got a vocal piece, and she'll be on every news network screaming about it. So my personal belief is that woman doesn't do anything without Donald Trump say so. I honestly believe Trump's using this as a marketing tool. That's where it comes down to. I don't think he's actually anything what the left is ascribing him to be and putting out the narratives. I think he is quite basically playing bait and switch, and he's going to like reveal something, and he's going to be like, told you. Yeah, he flew to me. Yeah, I flew on his plane. He flew on mine a couple of times, but nothing bad happened. Here are my witnesses. Here's the evidence. And oh, by the way, here's a list of all the people that were raping little kids. And he's going to just throw it out there, and it's all going to be Democrat financiers, and it's going to be a shit show.
Brad, you're 100% correct, and I predict in probably 5 hours, maybe 24 hours, Adam Schiff and others will say, Donald Trump's administration violated a court order and released the files. They weren't supposed to release the files. This is breaking the law. And they'll say that. It's like, well, didn't you say you wanted the files released, and what was Trump hiding? And now that he released them to Congress, and Congress released them, now you're mad? Like, it's the most genius play because Congress released them, right? And DOJ just complied with what Congress asked. So, I think more will come out, and it'll be like, oh shit. Because Dems probably thought, Trump can't release it because DOJ is courts and the judiciary is stopping them from releasing it. So therefore, we can keep tying it to him, and we can win the midterms. And now Trump is like, hey, we're releasing it to Congress. They're going to release it, and they're like, oh shit.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, again, Trump do stupid things like this. Like, well, it's not stupid. He's actually a genius. I've just seen him dangle like a lure in front of people, and people like bid on that really hard, and then he's marketing. Like, the motherfucker got shot and still had the wherewithal to put his fist in the air. I mean, you can't. Like, that's going to be iconic. Literally, there's going to be a statue. I promise you this. There is going to be a statue someday of Donald Trump, or there's going to be a coin, or there's going to be something, and it's going to be Donald Trump with the Secret Service grabbing at him and him holding his fist in the air, and there is going to be something said, because that image was super powerful. It cemented his legacy for all time. This, and again, like, the man is just, it just seems he's nibble, and then when they swallow the hook, he just like goes, "Ha, let me show you how you got caught," and then he lays it out there. And he's done this too many times. I just don't get it. Like his immunity clause. No one would have thought he got that pass, but he did. So, you know, what else you got?
Did you see the NBC? I think they met some of the victims and they did this sit down. They said, the President of the United States, did you see his name mentioned in any inappropriate acts or anything? And they all said no. Did you see that video, Brad? And they all said no, we haven't. And like the host was shocked. She was like, I think it was today.
Yeah, and that's the first time Trump has sat down with the deposition. So, I mean, I'm always confused by this shit, like where people think, you know, Trump is this one. And the left going out and screaming, oh, Trump is the pedo. You can't. You don't have it. You don't have the evidence. Just like people are saying, oh, he's a rapist. Okay, where's his conviction for rape? Oh, you mean the tail where he had to pay, you know, and that's still going through all of its areas? Had to pay that woman for her 20-year late attack where she made a story about how he bought out an expensive market store in New York City in the middle of the week, told everybody to leave, and then somehow grabbed her, threw her in a changing booth, and forcefully entered her. And you'll have Democrat shows saying that this occurred and this is rape and proof positive. But magically, there's no cameras. The woman never reported, which, to be fair, women oftentimes do not report all incidents of sexual assault. But then, this woman sits there, hides under a Democrat shill pack person who's backing up anything anti-Trump, and gets her to pay for her entire lifestyle, pay for her lawsuit. That petitions the Democrats in New York City to change a law so that they could go after Trump and file this to extend it and not approve it for anybody else and then retract the law. I have an issue with this. When we're just making up laws to target somebody, this just seems like theater. And it's not the first time Democrats did this. They did it with Supreme Court pick. I think Trump just plays them, and then he's got to do a coup de grace soon. Because, I mean, the Democrats are really swallowing this hook, and they're about to eat it. And I don't know why he's waiting so long to pull the trigger, but
so, excuse me, please pause. Your title, X-Files looking for ideas and journalists. What is that really as any names going to be? Sorry, I've been traveling and I'm out in the field today, so please explain your title.
Yeah, so Epstein, the victims held a conference today. There was a movement. There's going to be 30,000 files released today, or 30,000 documents released today, or maybe yesterday they were dumped. And then Massey's going to petition for a right to pursue. Then you have Marjorie Taylor Greene going through. And it looks like the list, or when people are calling out the names, it seems more like
So great to
that
about
like
to
Bill
me,
Clinton,
except for
you know, except for Donald Trump and Ellen Dershowitz, you got Copperfield, Jean-Luc Brunel, French modeling scout, Michael Jackson. These are all Democrat primary players. And then you have the list from the Gouffre lawsuit against Maxwell, and that listed out some prominent movers and shakers in that orbit. And let's not forget, Trump at the time was a Democrat. So, I mean, the only one that was really surprising to me was, Hawking. I'm still confused on that one, but even he was thrown into that list of names. So there seems to be a lot going on in terms of movements with the list, and I just wanted people's take on it to offer me anything about the Epstein files they wanted to. Okay.
Now, we as a society,
Do you think any sitting members of Congress are going to be named in those? I think Nadler's on it.
Well, also, that
Nadler.
was going to become under scrutiny, and then, us as a society and public is going to okay to be associated with him or not to include donations? Because Schumer received a lot of money from him, which I'm sure a lot of other sitting congressmen have as well. So are we going to then get the guilty by accepting donation as an issue or not, so to speak?
Medical misinformation is true. So, oh, come on up, Moose. I know you have something to say. Who's A Solomon? And S is back. Alyssa's back. Ludwig. Oh, Patricia's here too. It's all good. Everybody's coming out. This is about time.
Hello, Mr. Broad.
Hello. What do you think about all this?
I think, forget my English first, but I think it is not blue or red case. It's the whole nation case, and it's related to JFK assassination and what comes out after this assassination. The whole United States of America came under a gang rule from the White House, take its independence into a very, very, very bad passage. You are now just discussing the results of this. Say this of, you can describe it at like a very long crisis. It's really hard to describe it by time, but you can take it by events. Year after year, the United States came under very total control of a real gang, has its rule, and its rule now is coming in opposite with the real constitution of the United States of America and what were being the end of the independence wars. It's a very historical case because the United States of America, it's the states, many states were in a war for long years, and they has ended with a deal. The West and the East and the North and South, they got a deal to make a real one country, big and strong. They got it, and so many presidents led this nation into a very, very good level of hegemony. They control themselves until they control the world. But in this very turning point in the history of America, after reaching a very high historical imperial, I don't know where it exactly, but I can mark it with Mr. Ford, who created Ford for cars. He talk about this point. When they control the press, control the police, control the foreign affairs, control everything. And for last step, control the Congress. You can call them high-back group, as they will, yeah. But those guys has an opposite party right now. I can talk a little bit about them if I'm not taking anyone's part. Talk.
No, like that's good for now.
I can try to Forgive my English, please. I'm just.
You're fine. We understand.
Thank you.
No problem. Go ahead, mister.
Yeah, I think it's very rare, and it's fascinating how some people just walk out of their butts when it comes to regarding to foreign funding. I think we just heard someone who just blamed APAC, which is number 20 on the list of campaign funds. And these are the types of misconceptions that I feel like we generally continues to go through because of propaganda and misinformation that people just blab out, thinking they're right, even though nobody really could understand with his accent. And people, especially from outside the United States, would love to put pressure on Americans and tell them lies because for them, they just like to see Americans fight and cause that civil conflict within each other. And it's a prime example why foreign nationals shouldn't be really speaking about America. And in regards to the title of Jeffrey Epstein, I understand what Jeffrey Epstein did was wrong, and did he have nefarious reasons or maybe blackmail people? I have no idea. But at the same time, we still see people glossing over themselves when they talk to Tates, where in reality they're still alive, still committing the crimes, and nobody's actually focusing on what's happening currently and dwelling on things that happened in the past where really things can change and recommendations to the victims are things that I don't even ever hear. It's more or less like we're getting actions with their names rather than giving the victims who are the only people that are valuable in this conversation because and giving them an opportunity for what they went through. And I think that's more or less what I really want to say because in reality, there's these peddlers all over our country doing all these types of crimes, and not many people even care. And to sugarcoat it on these elites, we know it happens. It's still currently happening, as you mentioned with P. Diddy. These things are way too rampant, and if we actually wanted to stop something, we should, and we should do it for the people that are alive rather than people that already died.
I agree with that. What do you think is going to be the outcome of this, Mark?
I think it's a witch hunt. I think both parties are going to weaponize it, even though all elites are going to be on this list. We've already seen a lot of left wing, but Bill Clinton went into business with this guy for many different reasons, and I won't put anything past the Clintons. And to be honest with you, I don't think we'll ever. I think it's more like a red herring where people just like to talk about it, but it doesn't actually change anything down the line. Nothing would happen even if you do know or we don't know anything. Nothing's gonna actually happen to your average Joe.
What would you think, like, on this list? Like, I mean, obviously there would be implications, like Epstein has his connections, he's going to have a lot of, like, more liberal-minded, like, Merkel's Germany, England, he's going to, like, we're well aware there's a prince on there. I'm pretty sure if there's a prince on a list to Epstein Island, I'm pretty freaking sure that there's going to be other more prominent leaders. There's, going to be people from Israel, maybe Egypt, I guess. You're going to have a lot of Middle Eastern connections there. You're going to have a lot of European connections there. There's even the Trudeau connection. So all of this is starting to kind of, from a security asset, for national security, I do see that there's a danger in this, that this can spiral out of control if it's not actually done the correct way, which a lot of people will say that's not how we should do it. But, we really don't want to go to wars with a lot of nations. We don't want to lose some of the things that we have going on currently and what we have built in the past to be implicated. Not excusing the behavior, but I just don't see how we're going to go snatch somebody from, say, Italy or, go snatch Prince Andrew. We're not going to get that person. You're not going to get justice from Prince Andrew. I'm just letting you guys know.
Exactly, bro. understanding of what the fuck they're doing. But I mean, how far can it really go up to all of these high-profile individuals, right? And heads of states. I mean, it's just wild. It really is.
Yeah, Mari, what do you think?
I wouldn't give up the intel. In reality, if I have something different and I'll go to that and I'll expose it and I'll get something out of it if I'm in the United States and have that information. That's my personal. I'm more interested in who's not on that list. Who knew to stay the hell away, and not because they knew because they're not sick like the people on the list, but more like I know what's going on. That's more interesting to me than anything else because there is Barack, Israel Prime Minister is on that list. Things like that, like especially when I hear Israel and Mossad, it doesn't make sense. Israeli politicians and government wouldn't be openly with the person if they knew he was spies collecting info and gonna eventually blackmail, which we all think ended up happening with this list. So I'm more interested in who's not on the list, who knew what was going on, and say anything, because there's no way Russia's KGB isn't sensing that something's weird happening with all these world leaders with this one particular person. And that's more, I feel like more agencies knew what was going on and they probably weaponized it for themselves too.
So it could be used as a security asset going forward to leverage potential political partnerships or use of threat.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think Russia, KGB would weaponize the crap out of it. They would get a sniff of it, and they'll use it for their advantage. And do we know any Russian politician or Soviet Union politician was on the list? I don't think we ever even heard a peek of it.
Hey, Patricia, take a call real quick. You guys keep going. Well, you feel free to deviate to another topic if this one just draws out and nobody really wants to comment, because it does seem to all these Epstein ones. Once you get past the attacks and you start getting to the meats and potatoes, they just seem to die out because even those that are on the left, they just go Trump's a pedo, and that's all they got. He won't release the Epstein, so that automatically makes him a pedo. Which, when you start diving into the facts and start naming the people on it, then all of a sudden they don't want to talk about it, and that becomes an issue. Let me take this call real quick, and I'll be back in like 5.
Okay. Anybody new on stage that wants to talk about this subject that has not spoken yet? I believe that that's first from Michael with Regent Friday.
I guess I could speak about it. I feel like there's a lot of assumptions where people just come to the conclusion that there was a giant ring. I mean, there were 3 people, I think, who Jeffrey Epstein abused, right, who testified against him in Congress. I hear people say things like thousands of people, it's like the biggest ring ever. That's just a lie, you know? I would be interested if there's like real evidence of that, then I would be interested in it. But it just seems like people have just built on this. And it's to the point that like when you know the Democrats, right, this has always been kind of a Republican talking point. When you know the Democrats are at the point that they just keep repeating it, you know that they're cynical about it, right? Like the only people that we know who may have been, visiting the island are like far left Democrats, right? From both America, the UK, Israel, all the countries involved, it's their left, right? They're liberals. So if there's anybody that's involved, right, it would be the Democrat Party, for sure, right? But they're out there saying, release everything. Makes you think that, oh, okay, they're just calling us retarded, and just throwing it back at us, That's what I think, but,
Yeah. It's kind of like a cyclical pattern that doesn't make sense, and that's why it's confusing to the public. So, we've had the alleged Epstein survivors. They had a big press conference today. They urged Trump to release the names, but even though they they say they already know the names, but won't tell us what the names are. So how does that make sense?
Yeah, also,
Sorry, I'll let you go next. I get Michael. So why did they not do this 1 year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago? Right? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I'm just gonna agree with you. I mean, of course, like, you know, just like you're saying, is now, quote unquote, the Democrats pushing for it, right? The Democrats are saying release it. When they were in power, you know, couldn't release it. Or they did release it, right? They didn't talk about it, which again, you know, adds more of like, oh, okay, if the Democrats were the ones who had something to do with it, and now they want you to release it, okay, you know, it happened under Obama, right? So like, it's like, how if there is a list, like, has it been messed with? You know, like, what's going on now? You know, it just seems like so out of the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's almost like we are now, since it's been so long and that it's changed administration hands, how much of that list has been tampered with and how much actually can be validated instead of moving one political side or the other. I think, it's just my personal opinion, I think they're on both sides of the aisle that would be attached in some way, shape, or form with this. You know, predatory behavior is not just Republican or Democrat, they're just sicko humans. What I worry about is that there won't be two things. They'll be weaponized in a way that any just guilty by association related to being in the exact same room with that person will be used as a narrative to demean people or to minimize their actual character or that capacity. All right, so we have to be careful of that. And the flip side of it is that we actually minimize or also forget the potential national security assets that are attached to this that, if exposed, would be a detriment to our overall agenda on our three-letter agency side. For those thinking that a three-letter agency is not attached or known to this, years would be silly to even think that. Of course they are. Augustus, if you're there, what do you think about this?
Honestly, like, it seems to me that, like, this is just basically like a way to undermine the administration and create like a firestorm in the media. It's the perfect formula to do both. I really don't think that it's important to getting shit done, you know? If you want to go after sex rings, go after the cartels. You know? They're fucking putting razor blades in kids' mouths and raping them at the border. You know? But that's just my take. I think that, like, the administration pretty much has got themselves into quite a pickle with this. I think that a lot of it's bullshit, and that there's nothing really that we're gonna do or see that's gonna change anything. You know, it's like, how does this stop big pharma? How does this stop big food? How does this stop big ag? How does this stop big tech from slowly but surely insisting systematically stripping you of your rights, stripping you of your livelihood, stripping you of your health, stripping you of your dignity. Big distraction, in my opinion. A lot. And then migrants or illegals that have come over the border. Where are we at with that?
Well, I don't know the latest figure, but the last that I saw, they were able to, this current administration was able to locate, I think, close to 1,000 children that have been brought into the U.S., not separated from their biological families. So I think they are trying to make headway, but you make a very good point. Like, what good would this come out of it other than just the obvious per se? Like, is this a distraction? And I don't know. I think what's frustrating a lot of Republicans is the fact that you land on this, yes, we'll release it, but nothing that has been released, or in my opinion, that will further be released would be good enough for the Democrats or anyone that's looking for the release of information. Like, they're actually looking for a little book with some sort of box or some damn clients that did this and the actual terrible acts that they did. Right? I don't know, that could exist, maybe it could not exist, but
I thought that you make a.
Go ahead, Michael.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I think you make a really good point. I also, though, I would just say that I didn't vote for Trump over the Epstein list. I voted for Trump because I wanted to close the border, and deport people, and fix things that Biden had done, right? And Trump's doing those things, right? He's doing all the things he promised. Think about the Epstein list. Is yesterday they released like the subpoena documents from like the grand jury or whatever from something, right? So they released all the court documents that they have, which normally they don't do that. But the reality is the court documents are not going to say what everybody is talking about right now. The court documents is just going to talk about whether or not these people who, it's focused on the victims, right? As all court documents are. I think that there are probably some public people named on planes, right? But it doesn't necessarily, unless I'm wrong, I doubt that the documents necessarily incriminate those people, right? And they're probably not out there, right? At least in like the court, right? What I'm trying to say is I don't see like, from like, the Republican perspective, if there is a list, and it's hidden, we're not going to get it from the court documents, right? If there isn't a list, then we'll never get it and nobody will be happy, right? So there's no way to win, right? Yeah. And what's most important is Trump is delivering on the things that he said he would deliver on, right? And people are saying, but the Epstein list, like, well, Trump ran on XYZ, he ran on closing the border, which he closed day one, he ran on his big beautiful bill, which he passed, right? And he ran on restoring freedom to Europe and other things, right? And getting out of wars, which he's already ended 7 wars, by the way. So that's just my. I really like Trump, but that's my opinion.
Also, Michael, if you think about what the Epstein list is like, okay, you put a label on what a lot of people actually voted for was just overall better transparency from our three letter agencies, right? I think that Epstein list kind of just holds that labeling to ensure, the people are reminded that the government works for us and safety and protect us. It's not going to be weaponized and used against us or weaponized or used to protect other people. So saying what we wanted to hear is like just transparency. Again, why weren't these today 33,000 pages of that part of that file released? Well, why wasn't that released a year ago, 2 years ago, 4 years ago, 4 years ago? They could have. Obviously, they could have, but they didn't. And then someone added in the chat, did anyone mention the victims here? They release the names themselves? Yes, we said that. We talked about that early on. So this is the confusing part. Why would they have, why would the Epstein survivors do a press conference asking for the names to be released by the president when they already have the names of those who were attached to Epstein, but they haven't shared them yet? That doesn't make any sense to me. It's kind of like a cyclical pattern. So yeah, we did talk about that earlier. Go ahead, Anthony. I saw that you wanted to join the conversation.
AKK, I hope all is well. Brad, I hope all is well. Thank you for inviting me to the stage. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Like, I'm tired of the Epstein files. I'm tired of this Epstein nonsense. I think it's a useless conversation. I'm happy to have any conversation. I'm not above, any conversation, but it's like, I think it's a distraction. And, it's like, Ghislaine, she could obviously shed a lot of light, but, she's already compromised. So it's to actually get to the honest to goodness truth, I don't see it happening. I think that a lot of the players, they're not as influential as they were. It is what it is. That's my take on this whole Epstein nonsense.
Anthony, could you accept that the Epstein stuff is nonsense, but it's helpful for American politics to have all the idiots in America distracted for the next year on the Epstein stuff might actually be good?
Well, it kind of depends, man. I think that, right now, Trump is using shorthand to get through his policies. It's unfortunate he's got to use the executive order, sleight of hand, shorthand, whatever you want to call it. But if we could get some traction in the midterms and we could actually, really institute some stuff, that would be great. But I think that we're going to feel a period of pain on the way to things getting better. And I think people are going to equate that pain with Trump. And I think the Democrats are going to get a toehold in the midterm elections.
I think you should consider the possibility that the discussion of the Epstein stuff is crowding out something that could be really destructive. So what I see is there's a bunch of idiots that want to be angry about something, that want to protest something, and it's almost like the Epstein stuff, it's a very safe distraction because let's put it this way, like, no matter how angry people are about Epstein, it's not going to cause the deportations to slow down, right? And no matter how angry they are about Epstein, it's not going to cause a slowdown in the things that really matter. So I could almost say that it's helpful. It's just helpful for our society to have something that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't matter, to distract the idiots, while what's really important in our society is able to happen without interruption. And I'm eager to hear criticism.
I hope you're right, Mark.
So what's hold on just a second, you guys have it. What's interesting is like, okay, we're holding on to it. It's the fact that, and I think the fact that the Democrats are holding on to this so hard is because what else do they have, right? what else do they have? So they're like, oh, this is a salacious topic. They haven't done exactly what Trump like we would do. They've done a bit of it, but not all of it. So then they're able to go back, see, you didn't have the reason why you voted for him. But again, if you would have brought up the fact that, okay, he's really more than the last administration before, but the Democrats are so silly that they're not even taking a proactive measure or actions to be able to combat anything that Trump has done. If you go online and say, what are the top things, top platform items that Trump ran on, and go down the list of the items that he has not addressed yet within his first 8-9 months of office, then you are proactive with that. They're lazy and they actually are still running on every Trump that orange man, but they're desperate for something that's low hanging fruit, very salacious to distract, but they can't admit to the fact that he's covered probably over half the items that he ran on. So here we have a politician actually taking action upon the things that he's running on, and they're fucking frustrated with that. But they're so silly, and they are so focused on one little thing to make them appear bad in any way that they are, that they're not even looking at the things that Trump hasn't even addressed. Like one of them is he said that we will protect innocent lives, so that's attached on abortion. When's the last time we heard anything about abortion in quite some time in the news cycles? Not much at all. So I'm going to go on mute. Welcome to the stage, Pepe and John. If you guys would like to join. Oh, and a new Pepe returns profile just added to that Pepe. And I know that man. All right, so I'll go ahead and let other people speak.
I'm just going to interject. I'm back now. I'm just going to say this. For those of you, I know a lot of you, you guys come to rooms and all this stuff and love political discussions. But Jane, I'm going to highlight you every time you come into our rooms because you sat in a room with Edmund, also known as John Kitover, and said how great it was to go back to my work, and you gave him all that. Yeah, you gave me the thumbs up. So Jane is a, since you don't mind doxing and releasing it, I want you to hear some of the things that actually happened. So my daughters received threatening calls. My daughters ended up getting message somehow in the nefarious telling them that they were going to be raped. Oh, she left? She didn't want to hear about my daughters being raped.
No, just protect all women, protect the women.
Yeah, she didn't know that.
Consequences to certain women.
Oh, so Brad, you were doxxed in real life. I'm sorry, I've been away, so just share with me. Go ahead and just speak it on the audience.
Her and Edmund held a room and started work info, and then saying they were going to call the FBI and all that because Edmund, who you guys don't know is John Kitover, is running a fake political scam on Clubhouse, so please don't donate to him. And you have to give your information up. Like, understand that there's legalities you have to jump through to actually give that idiot money. So he decided to open a room because I told everybody that this is a scam, this is a vile piece of shit. I would never vote for him, and he took offense to that, oddly enough, because I can say Biden, I would never vote for him. He's a vile piece of shit, and I consider him that, particularly after the Abigate scenario. Apparently you can't say that to John Kitover because Jane gets offended. So she went into a room and said, oh my God, Brad's a horrific beat. You should definitely go ahead and do this. I work in HR. Let me help you figure this all out. And so there's a nice, wonderful YouTube video. You can go into John Kitover's, one of his 25 different personality profiles on Clubhouse, and you can go check the video, and you can see Jane and some idiot named Kitty sitting up there and having a row at releasing my information and then posting it, which now has led to my daughters getting interesting messages from a couple people who've dug that deep. Particularly the one about rape. I love that. And you know what's really funny is these guys hit from names, but you had no problem doing that. Jane Rosenwait, who sits at home, who I could released her information all over this page, including your house address. So I could do that on the internet and create a problem and a stir for you, especially on Twitter. I could definitely release that. There's definitely sane people on Twitter that wouldn't retaliate at all. So that's how half of my issue there, KK, is that she came into this room thinking she could just hang out here and be kind, and didn't think I would call her out on it. And when I came back from the call, there she was sitting in the audience, and then she gave a thumbs up as if she was so proud of it. So that ugly fat cunt can fucking go melt off. I don't give a fuck if the worst horrific things have ever happened to humanity happened to that woman. I would smile and laugh and keep it moving, because that's how I feel. And you endangered my kids as far as I'm concerned, and now you're a threat. So Jane, just know, I would definitely be cautious in the future about me. All right, so let's go back to the discussion. We're discussing what? They're about kids, because KK, you brought this up earlier. 700 kids are being held. They were found in the United States, close to 1,000, but I believe the number was actually 700. And they're trying to be reunited with their parents from like Guadalupe and other countries. The Democrats filed a motion. This is how fucking retarded this shit goes. They filed to find a judge, multiple judges, to prevent the kids from being reunited with their parents who want their kids back. But the Democrats don't want to send them back to their parents. I cannot make this shit up. It's literally true. It's 100% true. You can Google this shit all day long. I'm not lying about this. I have no idea why a Democrat would like sign their name to something and then say, hey, let's find a Democrat-friendly judge to prevent this current administration from uniting kids with their actual fucking parents who happen to be in another country. That makes no sense to me. Somebody on the left needs to explain this one, because quite frankly, you guys only care about abortion, and you sure as hell don't fucking care about kids. So spare me with any time you talk about kids or school shootings, because you fuckers really don't give a fuck about school shootings. More kids. You can say all you want to, but you don't. You don't.
Brad, I feel like you brought up like a really important point right there. As like, obviously what happened is terrible, and that the Democrats are stopping that. But I think the most important point is whatever the Republicans do or go for, it doesn't matter what issue, you will always find Democrats to try to go against them. So like on these issues where it's like, who wouldn't want to reunite kids with their family members? And they were probably, separated by like drug cartels or some horrible situation. Who knows what they went through? But you still find Democrats who are on the other side of this issue. And it's probably a 90-10 issue. 90% of the people, it could be a 95-5 issue where 95% of the people in the country agree with you, Brad. But what I think is ultimately the most disgusting is the fact that the mainstream media will paint over what's going on and try to make it look like a 60-40 issue in favor of the Democrats. They'll lie about what's going on. They'll lie about the intentions. They'll lie about what the judges are doing, right? They'll lie about everything. And it's just really, it's just insane.
I agree with you. The Republicans do. Like, I'm thoroughly confused. Why is it 700 kids being reunited with their parents, who those kids were technically, some of them were actually kidnapped and brought here illegally, used by, illegal immigrants, the ones that are being deported. They weren't family members. They used them to get
American
into the
citizens.
Hey, so why are you interrupting me? They're not American citizens. They're being reunited with their parents. I don't give a fuck if they were. They're little kids. They belong with their parents. Tell me this. Why is that?
You can't kidnap anybody's kid and send them anywhere. If they're here and they're American citizens, like whose right is it to just
They're not American
snatch them up and
citizens.
send them anything?
Yeah, apparently you didn't listen. They're not American citizens. They were used to cross the border to gain asylum. They were used in lies. They were used in sexual manipulation. They were used as trafficking. They were used as proxies. And they're trying to reunite them. And the DNC, which Kate is going to tell me about how parallel they are and how magnanimous they are trying to block the return of 700 kids to their parents.
Post
Hold on just a second.
France. I don't know what you're talking about.
opinion on righteousness and belief. So people might be wondering, like, okay, why would or in this case that Bryce talked about, a lot of the kids are less knowledge. So why would these parents in Guatemala have their kids, drop them off, and give them to cartel members, get them across the border? Is because then they are then put into homes in sanctuary states that they know they'll be able to collect federal funding for underneath that actual roof. Now, why this became a prevalent problem that we have today is because under the Biden administration, they stopped taking the DNA tests to be able to connect a biological parent or family member to the actual child to reunify them together. So that was addressed. Homer talked about that. That was the old practice, and then they removed that. So Mr. Holman has worked for several different administrations in his current role today. So he can be the first person to be able to say, they did this during this administration, they took it away in this administration, they're doing this in this administration. These are the trickle-down effect of adverse effects for these children in particular, but it's a money game. It's a money game. These parents or the households where they stick these children in are actually receiving federal public money. That's all it is. It's a money grab. We can say, oh, we have this person here. We have to take care of this person. Oh, we're applying for under this name for this child. That's exactly what it is. It's all for the money.
No, I just was gonna ask, did somebody post an article? I haven't heard about 700 kids being kidnapped. So let me read what you guys are talking about before I go for it. Maybe you could put it at the top or something.
Did you say kidnapped?
Yeah, she said kidnapped. Bro. Listening to what they're saying, how many times do they have to say it? Do they need to say it in another language for you to understand?
Like what is the proper word? What is the proper word? Like,
where did you get the word kidnapped from?
Holman is handling this, right? Holman is handling this, right? So are they being deported? Like, what is the proper word?
The word kidnapped. You made that up?
I guess we'll just use the appropriate DNC language. Unaccompanied minors. Or falsely accompanied minors.
Yeah, like
That's a big problem here in
like
Arizona.
the godfather.
No, they're kidnapped. They're you. They're you.
Yeah, this is a big problem in Arizona, so the sheriffs would be pretty outspoken about this because they are often the ones that are going to encounter these people before the Border Patrol does. And under Biden, Border Patrol did not talk to press. They had official narrative, nobody could deviate, the officers are not allowed to talk to them, but it is very common for them to have children that are not theirs with them in order to seek asylum or to get services, and it's unknowing what the actual relationship is with that child. Could it be that they're being, I guess they're technically being trafficked, but of course there's the big problem is that it's very common for children and women to be raped. It is when they're passing through northern Mexico. Very common thing. In fact, most women understand that, so they make sure they have lots of condoms and birth control. Just to, it's part of the toll they have to pay.
What is the Office of Refugee Resettlement? What agency is that? Because it's what the article is saying is that removing the kids, it breaks one of the mandates of the refugee resettlement, whatever it is. What agency is that? Is that an international thing or is that
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that question. I was trying to look it up with the exact same. What were you speaking on? Were you talking about the Office of Okay, so the Office of Refugee Resettlement, ORR. Shall we refer to the office specifically? It says transfer to OR within 72 hours of the arrival. Children from non-contiguous countries must be transferred from CDP to ORR, an agency within the Department of Health and Human Services. This was to establish to move away from the adult detention mode to ensure the children's welfare. So it's under it's under the HHS, Department of Health and Human Services, which when I was speaking earlier would then be, and that child would then be in their system to receive actual benefits. So that is the cyclical money pattern that I was talking about. Did you want me to continue on, or did you have a comment about that?
Okay, and so this agency takes over the care of the unaccompanied minor.
Yeah, but they have to within 72 hours.
And so what are they saying about this? The agency.
So
Okay.
they want.
I don't know.
So the administration has set targets to actually restore these children with their biological parents, and they have the ability to do so for at least, I think, the majority of these kids, and returning them to them. This is not for asylum. A 14-year-old can't just cross our border and with a KOT or whoever else and say, I want asylum. They don't get that provision. That's a minor, and we handle things a little bit differently. We'll protect and shield that minor, but we're not going to grant them application for that because they're a minor and they're without their parents. Now, if it was a wholesale, we find out their parents were slaughtered, they're an orphan, and blah, 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 and they're escaping, I don't know, persecution from, Mexican government where they're saying they're just hanging this family, then we'll probably take the children in. Similar situations have happened in the past. However, that's not these kids. Their parents have been located. Their parents are wanting their kids back. For some reason, though, I posted it in the chat. Even a judge, the Democrats went shopping and they found a friendly judge to try to block this administration from returning them. I want 700 kids back with their parents. I don't know why Democrats are like, well, they're American. They're not Americans. They're not. Fuck all. I don't need 700 more welfare cases, orphanage cases, fucking juvenile detention center cases. I don't need any more of that. I don't. I've got enough fucking problems with American kids. You want me to?
Absolutely. We don't need any more dead American kids in schools. Yeah, I agree.
You guys don't really care. You interrupted me to go on your phone call. That's really retarded. We don't need any more. I have enough problems with our own kids that I don't need to import more problems. And I think we need to look at this. And again, the Democrats went ahead and blocked this. They really don't care about kids. The only thing they care about is whether or not someone like King can go out and have 410 abortions and be able to say, I'm a proud, independent woman, and then cry about, hey, everybody should be EBT warriors. No, we should be able to manifest our destinies. We should be able to manifest our own points of view, and we shouldn't be importing the children of the world and saying, hey, here we go, let's rip them from their parents, and then let's create all these other cases to overload our own system. We have enough problems with our adoption programs across the country anyway. Our foster home system is on the verge of fucking breaking. But yeah, let's definitely import fucking 700, 1,000 more. Why not 10,000? Why not 1 million? Let's just import all the kids from the world into the U.S. because we don't have like psychos in the Democrat Party that go up and have their own fucking island and absconding young little girls so they can get booty raped by Bill Clinton and their president. You know, Mr.
Yeah.
Squirts a lot over Monica Lewinsky's dress.
So Brad, I can't say this name right now because I don't know what this. People are asking. All right, so they're underneath the ORR within 72 hours. The minors on, but then what they do is ORR has to provide shelter and care. The children are placed in a network of state licensed shelters, bridge homes, or foster care. The thing about the state licensed means that federally funded shelters, group those actual services, right? The ORRs then also required to provide food, medical care, and other services in the least restrictive possible setting. Now, this is where it becomes political. Under the sponsor unification, ORR works to identify and vet sponsors who are typically family members living in the U.S. Potential sponsors must undergo background checks before the child can be released into care. Under the Biden administration, they stopped doing the DNA test, so that way they can actually reassert them with a biological member of the family that is in the U.S. The problem is many of these children, they don't have any biological parents or biological family members that it can actually, quote, be their sponsor to reunify them because their parents or biological family members are living in another country. So they're flooding the system, taking away from actual homes and state-funded homes and care for actual U.S. citizens, to include our foster program that is already flooded. So that's an important factor to understand, like the whole chain of custody for these children.
It's a massive problem, but again, like we've seen over and over again, they don't really care about funding, reuniting kids with their parents. But no, they're concerned about, hey, should we give puberty blockers? They're all about that. That's when it becomes a problem because, again, they need to chemically or groom, I guess, some sort of fashion on the kids and not let them all discover their own sexuality as they mature through life. But no, we want to be able to somehow over-influence them into becoming a certain way and inject that. That's when they care about it. They don't really give a shit about the schools. They don't give a damn about the school shootings because the only thing that they care about is, hey, I want to ban firearms. But when it comes to actually talking about measures to strengthen and harden targets, such as schools, such as expansion on those, such as reviewing medical doctors who are giving SSRIs at an alarming rate to children, how the teacher system, the education system, and the teachers within that system don't need to be elevated to a high level, but somehow need to be actually checked and monitored because they are not performing at such a significant level as indicated from post-1985 onward. We have seen a rapid decline in it. And the fact that teachers say we're overworked or overwhelmed, go ahead and look at the studies. 1950s, 1960s, 1940s, they had more kids per capita in classroom than our teachers do today. So if they had more kids in the classrooms and kids were excelling and we didn't have school shootings back in the day, I'm kind of confused as to why teachers are complaining when they actually have less kids per capita in their classrooms and they have more technology available to them. How the kids are ending up screwed up. And the argument has always been from the left, we just need to get rid of guns because that's what's scary. The legal gun owner is what's scary. Not that we put up all these laws and we somehow believe that that's going to protect us when literally the case that just happened in Minnesota had all the wet dream laws that all these vibrating Democrats could ever dream of. They had them in place. And this person was able to just go right through all of them and commit an egregious act. So much for the Democrats' playbook of checks, special licenses, background checks, all of that shit, all passed, all flying colors. Immediately went through and did it. But you know what they didn't trigger was the kids' psychological reports, which now are getting unveiled, of saying, hey, this kid was known to have psychological problems. No, they were being pushed by transgender. They were being groomed by an education system and parents and others that were influencing them. And what was in his note? I regret accepting being trans to shoot everybody. So there you go.
Yeah, and too bad, the NRA, when they were advocating against these, mental health checks, because a lot of people wouldn't pass.
The NRA doesn't check all that.
That are not the lobbyists.
The NRA does no. The NRA has no control. In fact, its membership is often significant with trial membership, and it isn't even the biggest understanding of where people are. So when you guys use the NRA, it isn't even pro-friendly for gunmen. Like, I'm not a member, and the majority of gun owners are not a member.
Yeah, but
we look at them as selling out. They sell out gun owners. Like the last 5 years, they've got nothing but shit
people migrated to other Second Amendment advocacy groups because of that, and they basically for well over a decade has been just seen as a lobbying group for the fucking firearms manufacturing industry, not fucking Second Amendment protections.
Yeah, and your opinion piece, they're not the lobbying group that does it, because you do this every time there's a shooting or something involving a gun with a police officer even. First, we're aware you don't know what firearms are because of your stance right there. The fact that you're saying the NRA is a lobbying group. There's lots of lobbying groups. There's lobbying groups for expensive oil. There's lobbying groups that are sugar. There's lobbying groups to make sure you yourself can buy produce or food that is loaded with sugars on EBT food stamps. They are literally doing it. It is crap. They are fucking going crap. In fact, it just split today. Start your investments early because you got to pick one, and that one's going to be an interesting investment opportunity. But you have a whole plethora of lobbying groups that go to Washington. The NRA does not write policy. It does not fucking vote for a massive group of people. They are a gun rights advocate that has failed in, since 1990 to actually provide gun rights because they kept stipulating despite what gun right owners wanted. And we don't belong to them. And they are just a small fraction of what gun ownership really is in this. But you are about to give me some other information and then keep talking. And I'm sick and tired of it. Like, I don't, you get your point and then move on. And then when someone else speaks, you let them finish. You don't get to interject. You're on our stage. So understand that. Either come up and participate and go with it or don't. I don't really care. But I am tired of this fucking incepted, dumb, retarded talking point about, the boogeyman NRA. It has nothing. It's up there with like Flowers for fucking Matilda's lobbying group or Dinosaur Preservation Committee that wants to fucking enact Jurassic fucking Park. They don't mean shit. They don't actually get legislation, and they haven't won for gun rights owners fucking in ever. Since 1986, they've been on a losing streak across the fucking nation and haven't done fuck all in terms of gun rights for ownership. It's the other organizations that actually help us. And you guys just don't have the ability to figure that shit out, that Americans want to retain their rights. And it is a constitutional right. And you can't infringe on it. This shall not be infringed. There we go. Who's...
To address Lee's article, an important part of that article was, I wrote it in the chat, it was done to undo some of the previous administration. It was just, the ruling covered too fast, and it included people with disabilities that was not able to treatment and function a firearm. So when you get into the minutia, what's the labeling of disabilities, not disabilities, it just kind of was too blanket in general. That is one of the reasons why it was not. So think about, think about all the veterans that they have what would be deemed a disability on that list that they would not be able to own a firearm. How do we even get on that subject?
Because Democrats like to distract and just kind of
move the goalposts.
Yeah, they just like do that. Like again, the room started out with Epstein. Like I really wanted to talk about the National Guard being insane. I thought it was a big piece. I think it's something to watch. I think it's a good thing. I think the results are in DC that I hate to tell all the Democrat shills down there in the audience, especially like King, who are all like, this is authoritarian. It actually has positive impacts. Crime is actually dropping rapidly, and carjackings are dropping, and muggings, and sexual assaults. They seem to be dropping at a rapid rate since the National Guard came in. Had nothing to do with Muriel Bowser's plan because that didn't work. And the only impact they've done has been positive throughout. Even the homeless people are glad to see the National Guard out there, and they've said that the National Guard has been so assistive in preventing attacks on them. You're having trouble with CNN trying to go find somebody the streets that's negative about this impact. They're saying they're great. They're bringing out hot coffee. They're picking up trash. They're helping people be safe. Amazing. Kids are able to get back and forth to school, and they enhanced Mario Bowser's back to school safe program. They've been doing a great job. Chicago, on the other hand, said, what was it, authoritarian, and we don't need any problem. Our crime rates are going down. We're doing a fantastic job. But magically, you have 8 motherfuckers killed, and what is it, 50 freaking wounded in one weekend? Like, no, crime, I don't give a shit. If that's your Labor Day weekend, if that's like crime being down and that's a good weekend for you, I mean, I think I encourage all of you guys, like, get rid of the dabs. They clearly don't have an idea of what it's like to have a city where you get to go out and enjoy it, where you can go out to have events. Like, we used to do that. We used to go to churches. We used to go to parades. Like, we should be able to do that without people getting freaking killed and shot all the time.
How y'all doing, by the way? Good. I myself, to be quite honest, I don't have faith in either party anymore. I know it's called the United States, but it ain't anything united going on right now, which is a problem, right? I understand why both sides are discriminating in their own ways. Crime is ridiculous. Something does have to be done. I do feel like the buck has been passed so many times that nothing is being done on anything. And from the last thing I understood about Congress, it's supposed to be based upon Democrats and Republicans figuring out a way for the people to make things happen for the betterment of the people, which is not what's going on. It's just ideology over actually actions. And by that I'm saying, like, no one should be okay with the fact that everything that's affecting us is getting railroaded and pushed to the back for rhetoric. It's a lot of rhetoric that's been going on Joe Biden's rhetoric, Trump's rhetoric, Obama's rhetoric. We can go on and on and on. So what I guess I'm asking this room and the people is, when do we understand we're getting fucked over, each and every one of us, and the real needs and the real problems going on are not being solved because the rhetoric is winning, whether it be promoting racism, whether it be promoting bullshit scandals, whether it be promoting anything but the real issues that's affecting all of us. I see it in the clubhouse rooms every day. I'm picking a side, surely. I'm for Biden, I'm for Kamala, I'm for Trump. But yet still these problems where these kids are getting killed in schools, these problems where these urban communities are under siege, these problems where the job market is fucked, these problems where inflation is still through the roof, get sideswiped and overlooked for the Epstein shit. Like, I'm gonna be real, the Epstein shit is sick. It's fucked up, but right now, what's going on is even more fucked. Is bodies are dropping every day in these communities, and nobody's doing shit about it. And I do agree with Trump on one thing, right? Something has to be done to stop the shit that's going on. I mean, it can't sustain itself with 70 shootings in a weekend or whatever the case may be. However, I don't want it to be an expense of innocent people who are roped into this shit. There's going to be some people roped into the mix of this that might be just walking down the street and get fucked with from these National Guard people. That can be, that two things can be true at once. You may do something for one intention and then this happens on the other. But I say that to say this. We got to get past this whole picking a side like a cheerleader or picking it like a team and realizing that if these two motherfucking parties can't come together, which I don't think they ever will anymore, we all suffer from it because the way this system is lined up, is set up, it's set up where two parties are supposed to work together and figure out a way to bring a balance to this shit and find solutions to the problems. That's no longer happening. You know what I'm saying? So my question in the room, and I'm going to shut up with this, is what are we going to do? Are we going to keep on biting each other's heads off and going at each other and nothing gets done? Are we going to finally figure out that the system's broken and try to figure out some way for everyone to come up with an alternative or a way to fix this broken shit? Because it's all shit to me. And all of them are complicit to it, and we all lose.
Yeah, it's the two parties have to come together. It means people on
guns only for white people or brown people. I mean, like, so there's nothing about laws that talk about racism or where one group of people can do it, one group of people cannot do it, right? So where as people, like, on both sides, like, where do you think we need to come to a common point to make things work?
Well, I think, like I said earlier, I don't think, when I looked at that, when I looked at Obama, I don't agree with them either. I don't think that nothing was going good under those platforms either. I just feel like people have been falling for the okie doke and the rhetoric of the scandals and the goofy shit and all of this, and the real issues that's plaguing us. No one is working together to solve it. Now, I'm gonna say this: I am for owning a gun. I am pro freedom of owning a gun. However, I am not pro having these motherfuckers walking around now with military guns and their teenagers able to shoot up shit. Something has to be done. I'm not pro motherfuckers having 223s, bandos, AK-47s.
223s. I mean,
that's slang. That's a hood slang. I'll get to that.
It's not a hood slang. That's the 223 Remington is the.
Yeah, that part. But let me get my thought out because I forget what I'm going to say if I keep getting cut out. I'm going to shut up, make it concise because I know what I'm talking about. But I'm going to say this. There are certain things in life that I feel like citizens should not necessarily have, especially when you think about, what do you need 100 rounds of ammo for? You know what I'm saying? Like, let's keep it real. There comes a limit to what goes on. Now, I'm about protecting yourself. I am about being able to protect your family the best you can. But for a motherfucker to walk out here with some of the weapons they have, they shouldn't have access to this. These are military-graded weapons that some of these people have. And when we look at these school shootings, when we look at this crazy shit that goes on, nobody really gives a fuck except for prayers and condolences until their kids are the ones that's caught in the crossfire. Then you want something done about it. Because what I've learned is until it happens to you, nobody gives a shit. It's all just fun and games until your kid to go out and go do it. It's one of the ones bleeding on the floor. So we gotta figure out common sense shit. This ain't a Democrat or Republican thing. It's a common sense thing. What are we gonna do about this shit? It is common sense that we need to move in some of these neighborhoods right now and stop the crime. It does have to happen. I don't agree with Trump on most of anything, but I do agree that something has to be done on that. It does. But it's all about how you do it. You know, I'm not opposed to the National Guard going in these cities. I am opposed. I want to make sure that if that's done, it's done the right way. That innocent people aren't caught in the crossfire this shit. You know what I'm saying? Get the people you need to get, but don't bring people into this shit that have nothing to do with it. And that's the one thing I hope and pray doesn't happen. But something got to give them common sense, man. You know, how long we gonna keep watching motherfuckers die in these schools and churches and shit and think it's okay and just keep on business as usual selling this shit to motherfuckers who shouldn't have it? Like, you know,
but Huck, the Democratic Party.
I'm just trying to respond to him. So first of all, you said something about the 223, which it's very similar to the 5.56 NATO, which is what's the M4, which the cartridge that the M4 shoots, or the M16. Now, I don't think you realize this, but that's a pretty small round. Your average hunting rifle is going to have a much more, will use rounds that are much more powerful. But not only will they weigh more, but they'll have a lot more velocity behind them. And so
I was referring to the Remington 5.56 is what I'm referring to. The being do not need that weapon. You do not need that. Well, like, that's the thing I'm referring to. There are weapons that, go ahead though.
Okay, I can go. Okay, people will go hunting with a 30-06. Which I promise you that you getting shot in the chest with a 30-06, the chance of survival is next to zero. It's meant to take down fucking elk. And you can get those in semi-auto, by the way. They've been around 100 years ago. People would own them. So I don't.
I think you're missing the point, my guy. It's not necessarily what I'm against. Like I said, I'm not against guns.
You gotta let him land before you.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So the fact of the matter is that any weapon, including a 9mm, they're all lethal. There's no friendly round to fire and hit somebody with. It's difference now. When people use terms like military weapons, I've always found it quite annoying. I mean, a 9mm handgun that the police carry, that's the standard firearm of the United States military. Does that mean we should outlaw 9mm handguns? And when it comes to rifles, the cops also use rifles that are chambered in 5.56 generally, and they have them in their squad car.
But those are the cops. And not just everyday people walking around with AK-47s. That's the difference. A cop is a cop. They're there to protect the service. That's a different thing.
What is the difference between what the tool? Okay, when it comes to a weapon, what is the difference between a civilian application and a police officer's application of the? When you point your weapon at somebody, okay, you have them in your sights and you pull the trigger. It does the exact same thing. If you're protecting yourself, you end up using it to protect yourself. It's a lethal weapon. I don't understand why you're saying that.
I never say you don't protect yourself. See, you're spinning it. I am all about protecting. I'm all about protecting yourself. What I'm saying is the average citizen does not need rounds of AK-47 ammunition. That's what I'm saying.
Sure. The fuck you mean they don't need it?
What do you need it for?
You obviously don't have any. You obviously don't have any experience. You obviously.
When was the last time you needed an AK-47?
I haven't needed one. Doesn't mean I'll never
To
need
shoot
it.
a school up, a church, what? What do you need it for?
Protect my fucking home.
Let me say this. You can do that with a 9mm,
No,
right?
you can't. Not nearly as easily. No, dipshit. You can't do that. No, you shut the fuck up. I was talking. Shut your fucking mouth. I was talking. You keep on fucking interrupting me. Now, you stupid asshole, there's a big difference when it comes to recoil management. Shut your fuck up. They carry AR-15s. The 5.56 is the round of an AR-15, not an AK-47. It's not a 7.62.
Walking around. I never see him carrying an AK-47 walking around.
They have AR-15s.
They have a 9mm on their waist.
No, they can't. No. No, you stupid. You goddamn brainlet. You stupid fucking troglodyte. What you don't understand is if there's an active shooter, okay, or let's just say there was a shooting in a parking lot, the police officers are going to come, they're going to end up clearing the scene, they're going to make sure that everything's safe, so you can get paramedics there and everything. They're going to take their AR-15 out of their fucking car, and that is what they're going to use as their primary weapon. Why? And there's a reason why. There is a reason why, you stupid fuck. No, you dumb motherfucker. You're going to let me finish. I let you finish, you fucking ape. Now let me finish.
All right. Can we just please do one at a time?
You knew the race was still about to.
Yeah, well, no, I can't even finish. I let this motherfucker monologue for how long? And he has to fucking interrupt me every fucking second. Dude, see, you fucking idiot. You can't even keep your mouth shut.
Finish up.
Now,
Here
he goes. He can't control himself. Anybody who has experience shooting handguns versus an AR-15, you can put multiple rounds on target quickly, okay, with a small grouping. Okay, it's very easy to do, especially in close proximity where you're generally going to use one for self-defense. A handgun is a whole different. Shut the fuck up, you whiny ape. Now, when it comes to a handgun, it's actually much harder. It's actually much harder to do that. If you're in a moment where you're panicked, you don't know how you're going to handle a stressful situation where you have to use lethal force. Okay, good luck controlling the recoil and making sure you have a proper grip and all of that shit. Okay, and handguns people are far more inaccurate with them. That is a fucking fact. That's why police officers, majority of their shots don't hit the fucking suspect. They're much harder to work with. You want something that you can be accurate and quick with. That is how you save your fucking life. That's why people use AR-15s. I'm done.
Okay, thanks. Excuse me, Shipwreck, please go on mute. Thank you very much. We're not going to call people young names. It's just some baller. Also, to Mr. Hudson, I need you down because you kept interrupting. We listened to your whole diatribe. I'll bring you up in just a second. I don't own a gun. Last time I held a gun, I cried. So I know that that's not for me. However, if I had to own a gun, I'm going to get the biggest little pew pew, I would pick the rifle then because it's faster. I don't have to. It would be easier for me to do, and I'm a small human, so I understand my base logic when it comes to that. We're gonna let other people speak that haven't spoken that are just on this page. I believe Mr. Shepherd. Let me just go ahead and I'll bring Mr. Hunt back up. But Mr. Hunt, you can please be pointing from I might be able to people are speaking. Go ahead, Mr. Shepherd.
Yeah, I was just gonna say to add into the conversation that 5.56, where everyone is up in arms with it being a military round. There's actually been multiple times that the U.S. has looked to move away from the 5.56 because of lack of stopping power, and a majority or a good portion of the school shooters actually use 9mm. If you think to Nashville, they use the P2000, I believe it's a 9mm tube rifle, and basically it's collapsible. That's 9mm. You're not gonna. The stopping power isn't the issue in their 5.56. It's you need to bring back bullying. When we can bully kids early enough, we can find the crazies earlier. That way, we're able to get them help. In the mid-90s, late 80s, when bullying became the target of the administration within schools, it really did a disservice to routing out some of these people with more susceptible mental health issues. That's it.
So when we look at Dylan Rule, when we look at Cal Rittenhouse, Michael Carter.
Mr. Hunt, okay, hold on just a second. I'll let you go in just a moment. Just to clear up how we kind of got into this conversation is talking about the National Guard here in the arms. So I wrote in the chat exactly what the National Guards is carrying in DC, and also I want to include not all National Guard members in DC are carrying firearms. Only certain ones that have certain missions are carrying firearms, not all. And I'm going to think that this is definitely going to be a test run for other cities, and they'll deviate the plan going forward, the mission going forward. So it's not all, and the information that we were sharing, what they were carrying, and how I really agree with that. Yeah, floor is open. Go ahead. And Mr. Hunt, would you please give an opportunity for Mr. Marquise and Mr. Rob to speak since they have not spoken?
Oh yeah, they got it.
Yet?
You got it.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, I appreciate that. Go ahead, Marquise or Rob.
Thank you. I'll make mine quick. I just want to say that it feels like every event that takes place with a firearm, whether it's a rifle, a shotgun, a pistol, something in high caliber, something in a lower caliber, it's a reason for sensitive extremists to try to poke at to try to figure out a reason to patent more gun control. When the reality is, if you really look at each case of whether it's a school shooting or a mosque shooting or any type of mass shooting, there is a reason behind it. There's a reason behind why there's somebody either carrying explosives or carrying firearms to commit these acts, and they're not looking at the motive. People look at the tools that are used and they think, oh, well, not everybody needs that, but everybody does need the idealism. Everybody does need the idealism as to why people do this kind of shit. We need more hate in politics. We need more hate in the news. We need more shock value. You ever notice that you never fucking see anything good on the news? It's always like, oh, we have something shocking today. We have some shocking news. This is horrifying news, horrifying stuff. You never hear like, hey, somebody actually donated $1 million to a fucking fundraiser. You know, just you don't really hear much about that. You have to go to YouTube for it. So my point being is that it's not about the firearms. It's about the idea, the idealisms, all the politics, and the reasonings and motives behind why these things take place with the tools. You cannot blame a tool for why people commit vile acts and all that.
Hey, I want to say this. I'm a gun owner. I'm from Houston, Texas. I will use that hoe if necessary. I think guns are the single worst invention humans ever created. One can say that the nuclear weapon is worse. I do understand that it's a far more massive weapon, more powerful weapon. But the idea that we could carry around a weapon of mass destruction, because that's what violent music. We enjoy violence, whether we want to accept that or not. Like, this is America. It's built on violent principles. We've been in a state of war. I think we've been a country since, 1776 officially. I think last time they said, I looked it up, we had been in war like at least 60-70% of the time we've been a nation. So why don't you think that the top of our nation, which is violent, wouldn't trickle down to the basics of America? A state like Illinois has no gun law. Has strict gun laws, but we always hearing about Chicago gun violence. That's because they can easily go to goddamn Missouri. They can easily go to Indiana. Hey, gun control is a myth in America. I can get 5-10 guns way quicker than I can find a job. Like, I'm telling y'all this. I could call 10 people right now and say, hey, let me find a chopper. Let me find an AR. Let me find one. Like, it's easy. That's not a good thing. So it's like, I'm torn with it because I done been dealing with murder since I was in sixth grade the first time somebody that I was close to got killed by gun violence. And it ain't stopped since sixth grade, and I'm 41 years old. Like, the shit is tough. It is. Like, I'm not gonna front. We about to start a murder trial September 8th for my best friend. Like, he got killed in January 2022, and the murder trial just started. So it's like, it's tough, but I'm very real with I'm leery about hearing white people discuss this type of shit, because I don't think y'all really care about it. I'm gonna keep it a bean. I don't think y'all care about what's really happening in places like Chicago. I don't think y'all care about what's happening in the inner city in y'all city, because I can almost guarantee that y'all do your best to avoid these areas, even when it's not quote-unquote violence happening. Like, I just don't think it's a genuine conversation when we talking about gun violence in America. But I also don't think we can do anything about it. Like, Trump bringing the military into people's cities is completely un-American. And I hope that our military, I'm not talking about the National Guard. If the military is ever deployed, I hope them boys have some courage and say we're not going to deploy in our own country where it's not an active war zone. No matter what the numbers may look like, Chicago is not a war zone. Detroit is not a war zone. St. Louis, which has the highest crime rate in America, is not a war zone. It's some segments of these neighborhoods that are fucked up. It's some people that are doing some fucked up shit, but we're not in a war zone. And if y'all think that keeping the military prolonged in a situation is good for business, is good for growth in the neighborhood, we'll see if people want to come and invest in these neighborhoods, or if they just become glorified military occupational zones. I don't think it's good for us. I'll land. Not good for us.
Hold on just a second, Marcus. So Rod, there's a definite distinction in what the National Guard can do and what active duty can do. It's going to be very rare if active duty or involved, because I write it in the chat everything, so I don't particularly worry about that. But the National Guard serves under the actual governor of state. However, the president can also act and have involvement for special missions. I'll put it in the chat when we go on, okay? Go ahead, Mark.
So, Murky, are you gone? Or Notorious, welcome to the stage. Did you want to talk?
I see Notorious, but I also noticed that Bug wanted to talk to you too, so I left it up.
No, I think my man was very succinct in how he put his statement together and spoke for me. That's absolutely right. I think a lot of people minimize what these guns can do until it happens to someone close to them. And we tend to make this seem as if it's an urban thing that started in the hood when the Hatfield and McCoys were killing each other way before them. This has been a problem in America for as long as this country has damn near been a country. Is that we do promote violence. We do promote killing each other. We promote all of that
access to an AK.
I get what you're saying, Bam. Because like you said, I got my gun under the seat right now. I'm riding. I keep it with me.
I got an AR in my crib. I got a shotgun in my crib. I got a Glock 40 in my crib. I got a 38 in my crib. You feel me?
What it is, fam, is when
Yeah, they leave. I didn't know, fellas.
kids that are 13 and 14 with shit, you gotta ask the question, first of all, besides getting it from their parents, which a couple of
You're not getting AR-15s from your parents if you're talking about inner city. I can't speak for no school shooting ass shit. You feel me? Like, I have not wrapped my mind around that. I went to school during the age of Columbine. I remember the Pearl, Mississippi shooting. That was like the first one that I vividly remember. I remember that shit happening in, where's Arkansas State at? Jonesboro, Arkansas. You feel me? These things happening. I went to school.
When you look at Dylan Roof, when you look at Michael Carneal, when you look at the Virginia Tech shootings, when you look at all these shootings, these are white people doing it. So it's not an exclusively black thing. Like we always get told Chicago, Baltimore, what about Dylan Roof? Going in here and shooting all these motherfuckers.
The flip side to that, as fucked up as that was, I don't even want to make it seem like I'm trying to get this man some kind of like pass. The flip side is that man got arrested. He's in prison for the rest of his life. And with all due respect, you sound like a man that come from the church, just like myself. That's an anomaly. The school shootings, those aren't anomalies. Those have become a real thing that we have to answer for. And the reality is, the way a church works, churches are never gonna operate the way we secure our schools or our airports. Like, you can't operate a church like that. It would go against everything that the church stands for. So, like, yeah, that was a tragedy. That was evil. And that fucker knew going into that place, of all places, was you're most vulnerable in a church. Nobody would feel like they should be a threat in the church house. So, like, I ain't gonna, like, that's a separate incident to me from school shootings because they happen every year, bro. They happen, like, I'm 41. Like I'm saying, that's 96, the first one I remember. And it's been happening multiple times every year. It's like, with our schools, I'm going to say this. I went to more, quote-unquote, urban school. Wasn't predominantly black, but it was majority black and Hispanic. We had fucking metal detectors every day. You had hall sweeps. If you was caught in your class outside when the bell being caught in the hallway, they sweeping you. They bringing drug sniffing dogs. I'm gonna tell you that these schools don't ever have school shootings. They do have a lot of issues though, but they never have school shootings. It's something about the profile of school shooters. Like I heard old buddy say, bring bullying back. I don't know if that's the answer, because like prior to like 95, 96, you're not hearing about school shootings. So I don't know if bringing back bullying is the answer. I don't know if it's let's secure our schools like we secure airports. But something does need to be done. But in terms of like this inner city violence, I'm gonna land on this. I'm not sure what could be done about it, John. Like, y'all talking about the gun violence. Man, yeah, young niggas is getting access to some guns they shouldn't be getting access to, but it's these switches that's the real issue. I can make my 40. I could turn that on to a goddamn AR-15 if I got a switch on it, and I put a 30 clip in there. I can let off 30 rounds in under 5 seconds with a handgun. That's what's happening.
I think it's under a second. It takes out 30 rounds.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Look, 5 seconds, a second, whatever it is, Pepe, you get my point. I can't do that with my 40 as I regularly shoot that hoe. So it's like these things are real, but if you're not going to address the underlying issues that in these communities, man, they are underserved. Like, Like there's nothing in these communities by and large. In addition to having fucked up homes, broken homes, I'm not even just talking about single family homes. I'm talking about dysfunctional broken homes. Like you put those in a condition where outside there's nothing for people to do. In a country where guns are readily available, in a time period where people are seeing people like First 48, the video games we play. I throw the music in there, the environmental conditions, gangs. Man, it's a perfect storm for shit to be happening. So you think that the fucking military coming in gonna just change everything? Man, I'm gonna land on this. How you think we got all these fucking terrorists in the Middle East and all of these other places we done occupied? Because those kids that lived through that grew up to become adults. And you think that shit ain't gonna happen in our own country? You got your motherfucking mind.
It's a problem, bro. That's all I'm saying. At the end of the day, there's really, it's really hard to even find a solution that anybody's gonna be comfortable with anyway. It's a complex problem. Like to solve this problem, it is gonna be some uncomfortable things that have to happen to correct it, because it was uncomfortable things that happened to make the problem. But it's a culmination of so many elements, man. The lack of God, the lack of morality, the lack of respect, the lack of ethics, the lack of love. There's so many numbers of shit we can blame this on, right? But at the end of the day, all I'm saying is at some point common sense has got to be prevalent. And what we see happening is the same picture over again. The same prayers and condolences, with no real initiative or even effort to stop shit. So I don't know what the best answer is for this, but I do know at some point we can't keep sustaining this shit as it is right now. We can't keep on having the same shootings and in schools and churches and act like this shit ain't happening. And like I said, people get offended when it happens to their family, but don't give a damn when it happens to someone else. You know, that's what we have going on in society right now. I don't care until it hits my kindergarten. I don't care until it hits my grandma. I don't care until it hits me. That's where we are with this shit. This is a real problem when you see 14 and 15-year-olds having access to switches and semi-automatic guns. They just bring this shit here. You don't get those type of weapons without it being brought to you. You can't go and get that as a urban 13-year-old. This shit is a contrived, set-up thing, man. And it's not exclusively just a black thing. It's a problem for a lot of different people, whites, blacks, everybody. But it is predominantly affecting my community the most, because the guns are being brought into these communities with the sheer intent of us using it to kill each other with. That's the plan. Let them wipe themselves out. Let's create poverty conditions. Let's put them guns and drugs there. Let them motherfuckers take each other out. That's what it is. And what I agree with my man on what he said, is some of y'all don't care. Some of y'all don't care.
Hey, can I ask though, in regards to the title? Is that me with the echo? Oh, my bad.
No, sorry,
Why don't Democrats care about kids? It's all good, KK. It's all good. Why don't Democrats care about kids? What indicates that Republicans care about children? Like I understand like having pro-life stance. That should be the number one reason, right? I guess. But like outside of that, what would I go by that shows that Republicans care about children in the United States any more than the Democrats do?
Bingo.
Is this just a title to bring people in? Is this based off of some statistics, some stats we can look up, some data we can look up to show that Republicans care more about kids? Because if we look at certain policy, things that have been geared towards helping children, it's Republicans that seem to have more of the issues with those type of programs. So if we're talking policy-wise, and again, I'm not here to say that the Democrats actually care more about children. I'm just going by the policy. Like, who's more likely to cut funding for school? Who's more likely to be against, like, Medicare and Medicaid? I would say.
Rob, I think it was tied. Hold on just a second, Notorious. Brad, are you there? He's the person who put up the title in the article, and it was in a specific situation where there's 700 unaccompanied minors that were brought here illegally, and their families live in this case, I believe in this article, in Venezuela. And so now Democrat courts are trying to uphold it and say, no, they don't want those kids to be reunited with their families that live in a different country. I think that's what the topic of the room is or was. But Brad started the room. Are you there, Brad? Is that the direction you want to keep going, or you want to let people free flow? Bradley going once. Bradley going twice. Okay, so I'll just.
Hey, Brad out here looking for Keiston, man, so he quiet. Well, Keegan, man, so he be quiet.
He said just a second. So while he'll be in a second, I saw Notorious go off mic. Go ahead, Notorious.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on something Rob said earlier. Rob, you had said that you didn't think that white people cared about the crime or the murder, right? And when I talk about murder, I'm talking about the senseless murder. I'm not talking about the typical murder that happens between all groups, right? I'm talking about the senseless killing. Do you think that white people should care more than we do? Because, in my opinion, we don't seem to care. When I say we, I mean black people. What? Are you asking? Say that again? I didn't hear what you said clearly, George. I said, you said that you didn't think that they should really be talking about it because they don't really care about the subject. So I'm asking you should they care more than we care? I don't think they care more than we care. I don't think they should care more than we care. I don't think we should care about their issues more than they care about their issues. I'm simply talking about in the scope of the conversation. I don't think white people really care about those things because, like, the evidence shows that it's happened so much. You feel me? Like, I'm not saying that they should care, but I don't see where's the care at? Like, what do you have to care about? Like, you purposely avoid these communities as is, even when it's not those things happen. Like, you don't come into these communities, you won't shop there, you sure as hell won't live there. You won't send your kids anywhere over there, but we're supposed to believe you care about these areas when headline news comes out about the murder stats that's going on. Like, that's my point. Yeah, but why would they shop there or go there if it's unsafe? I mean, you'd have to ask the citizens that live there, like, how we survive, how we actually, like, live normal lives. Things like that.
Hey Rob, I'll be honest with you. Most of what's sold on inner cities, and I'll say this for urban areas, I wouldn't buy it. Most of the shit that I buy is literally out of Bass Pro or Cabela's. You know, I'm going out further. I have to find stores that cater. My clothing attire, KK can tell you this. She's probably able to pick out what I'm freaking wearing right now. I can tell you it's probably select. Either it's coming from like Orvis, over from Ireland. It's going to contain a mixture of outdoor gear that's built to, withstand the Oregon Trail. Like, I would not be the one dying of dysentery. What's sold in the cities would maybe be a restaurant, and I'll go there. But if there's nothing like really in those areas, you're right. I'm not going to really particularly care. It's not my focal point, but I wouldn't want anything negative because my pursuits are vastly different from somebody who loves that urban life. I can put on KK. She's all about the glamour, glitz, and Gucci, the way of life. She's going to stroll down there and she's going to be shopping. She's going to enjoy those. That's her forte. not mine. And so white people are not a monolith. We're all also not kinfolk. KK's not white, by the way. She just got a fat ass. The thing is that
That's a fact.
the thing is that I can't help you. Do I think that you should be discarded in the neighborhood because it's a racial demographic? No, absolutely fucking not. That's like the most horrific thing. In fact, I'd want the National Guard to go in there. If you have women sitting there saying, I can't use the front of my house, I have to eat in my basement and live in my basement because we're afraid of a stray bullet going through our neighborhood, yes, send in the National Guard. That person is being held prisoner. Fuck, I'll kid up. I'll go back. I'll get my old uniform out. I'll get my gear on. I'll take my M4, which is a different platform from an AR-15, and I'll go clear those streets. And I have no problem doing it. I'll do it at night, all day, every way. And we'll have a good time doing it. People won't like how I get it done, but I promise you she'll be able to eat in her living room and sit on her porch by the time I'm through. I want help. I don't think a citizen needs to live under that. I don't want them to live under tyranny. I want you to be free. Like, that's what I care about. Like, you're right, I don't care about your individual neighborhood because I got mine to worry about. But it doesn't mean I want you to be stopped. And it doesn't mean I don't want you to live a happy life.
Hey, Greg, I feel what you're saying, but here's the thing, right? We talk about what happens in the urban communities, killings, but we skip how the drugs got there. We skip how the guns got there. We skip the reason that it's put there. A lot of these neighborhoods where the crimes have gone down and people have killed each other through the drug gang or the gangs or whatever it is, they come back and bought those houses for little but nothing and gentrify. You know what I mean? So I say that to say this. At the end of the day, I'm not making excuses. You have to be accountable for your own actions wherever you live at, but it's not designed the way that it is. It has been designed. We saw what happened during the crack era, how it decimated families, how it decimated neighborhoods, and now we're seeing it happening with white people, with meth and heroin. And the difference I'm seeing is how everything is handled. When it went down with black people, they looked at crack, zombies, people, animals, but now it's a sickness and an illness, and we're passing out free Narcan, Carson, and Tucker. It's a hypocrisy on how things are handled in America, considering who it's happening to. And this is not me necessarily trying to play the race card. It's just being honest. These guns, these drugs did not get in these urban neighborhoods by themselves. They were strategically put there with the intention of kill each other over this shit.
Let me say this. This dope in America is an American thing, man. Let me say that. I can guarantee the high school that, well, I don't know how old they are, but let's assume y'all around my age, KK, Marshall, you feel me? I can guarantee it, y'all. I can guarantee, well, I know it her, if she only 21, they partying at her all-white school. All I'm saying is that dope moving everywhere. Any white college campus, any area that white folks are at, that dope is moving. Like, it is what it is. This is an American issue. Like, it happens to be in our community. Our communities happen to be a little more unstable. So you add drugs in an unstable environment, hey man, it sometimes comes out like this. But it's like, this is an American issue. It's not gonna stop. Like, yeah, there was a total difference in how people were treated for heroin and meth. Like even fentanyl. Like fentanyl, the mandatory minimum should be placed on fentanyl, if you ask me. Like, you should get that mandatory 20-25 for that gram of fentanyl, the same way that Rocker Hard was giving boys 10-20 for a couple grams of crack. Crack really ain't do folks bad like heroin and meth did, or fentanyl. I want to keep it a bean. The issue with crack was the violence behind it. Man, you know how many functional crackheads it is out here?
Hey, but
see, y'all, that's what I'm saying. Y'all don't see that because they're going to sensationalize the crack mother. They're going to sensationalize the idea of a crack baby. They're going to sensationalize that man on the corner that do tap dancing and shit with no teeth. They're gonna sensationalize that to make that the face of the crackhead. When I'm telling y'all this is somebody that sold crack for a good portion of my life, I'm telling y'all it's far more people that go to work in suits and ties, you feel me? Restaurant workers, debt collectors, insurance agents, they're doing crack. Far more than that guy that's on crack, bro. Coca crack. No, I'm talking about no. I know that.
Who's the face when I say that person's a meth head? Does it not drum up pictures of a white man in a white shirt, with a mullet on his fucking head, and some fucking shaggy fucking?
Will you say he's demonized the same way that that crackhead was?
Heck yeah, we are, because we have those people in our communities. Nobody.
I would not say that they demonized. I'm sitting here watching. Why just move from?
You're like cozy up to
no. I don't think white people cozy up to meth heads. I know that white people are classes. I know that white people don't give a shit. White people don't give a shit about the Appalachians.
Let me help Rob's point. Mitch McConnell did a whole Congress policy to help the meth head. Hey, police officers, when you interact with these people, you need to be empathetic. So no, it's a different marketing.
Absolutely. And let me give y'all one example I'm looking at right now. It's funny you said Mitch McConnell, because I'm in Louisville, Kentucky right now. That's where I'm at. And I'm watching where there's a drug and treatment facility that is put in the hood, and it's called a healing place. And in this drug and treatment facility, most of the people in this drug and treatment facility here, believe it or not, are white. They're here for heroin, whatever they're doing, right? Here's the thing that I noticed, that I kind of agree with both of you on, right? Even when you're looking at white people on their own, right? They don't want the trash in their backyard. Most of these people who are in this treatment center right now come from suburban homes that had parents that had decent money, and they just got caught into the drug life, whether it be through college or just experimenting or whatever it may be. But they don't want that treatment facility in their neighborhood. They want to put it in an already fucked up neighborhood. It's no different than when you see a person littering it, like they're littering a neighborhood in a hood. But if they went into a suburban area, they're not going to drop their piece of paper or their popsicle stick down on the ground. Because they feel like either a cop might ride up on me, or it just ain't no other trash out here, so I ain't going to drop it. So we got a philosophy right now. I do believe there's a hypocrisy on how things are dealt with. Even white people on their own, like my man made a good valid point. They don't care if you from Appalachian, you drink out do method, and got a mullet, teeth missing. Now white people ain't gonna claim you that ain't in their life. They're gonna look at your ass like, get this motherfucker out of here. Build that treatment center for him down in the hood with them other niggas. What you with the nigga?
I think if we just limit it to the ancillary anecdotal thing of claiming, they're always going to win that market, because claiming is something that is spontaneous. It ain't nothing you can see nationwide. The thing is, nationwide, we put out these little tropes, these little fantasy comments about one community, and then the other community does the exact same thing or worse, and all of a sudden, let's not talk about that. As an example, I use the words black commit crimes. Well, when you look at it, the word commit doesn't even show in FBI statistics. And then FBI statistics are really tracking 911 calls and what people are charged for. Well, this is why blacks have the third highest conviction rate, but nobody wants to talk about that. That would be more symbolic of commit, the fact that they have the conviction rate. But we don't like to talk about the conviction rate because certain people want the identity politics to only go off of speculation and what could be happening, which they'll say, you commit these crimes. Okay, show me the connection tissue. Oh, laugh, joke. It's never serious. So blacks are convicted the third most behind Latin people. White people are done the most because mathematically they're the most here. But this whole commit most crimes, or just like you're talking about the drugs, a lot of this stuff is just the optics that people like to put out as a talking point. And I wish Americans would get past this stuff, because if black folks were allowed to do what the blacks in England did and the blacks in Brazil did, have a bakery shop and be left alone. Go ahead and create this farm over here and be left alone. We had so many instances here up until 1960 where people were just killed for being well-read and smart because somebody jealous didn't like it. The black guy fought back. He went and got his white friends. The black guy pulled out a gun, and now you hide behind your friend, the sheriff, over some shit that you started. If we didn't have a lot of that, we wouldn't have a lot of this black and white stuff here.
Hey, Hug, if you're in Louisville, make sure they don't put that treatment center near Mama's Mustard. I want to still visit when I get out.
Oh, yeah, that's the shit, man. Hey, listen, no doubt about it. I won't let that happen. Yeah, I love Mama's, man. That's good food right there.
Hey, I can imagine Kentucky got some good-ass soul food restaurants.
You would be surprised, man. I mean, there is a few good ones there, but you would expect more. It's just after COVID kind of happened, it put a lot of your mom and pop restaurants out of business. It's starting to pick up again, though. So it is looking up. They're starting to kind of reopen a little bit, but for a minute we were lacking for a second. But it is.
For as great as a food city as we are, I feel like our soul food kind of declined in Houston over the years. We got a lot more like fusion spice, where people is taking soul food ideas. Shit, my business, my company is Soul Fried Rice. I make fried rice, and shit, I use soul food ideas instead of just using, the same Chinese restaurant or Asian recipes. I use soul food recipes, blend with Asian recipes. So I even do that. You know what I'm saying? But as far as just like outright like great soul food spots, we don't have them like we used to have.
You're right. You know what's so interesting? You want to know what's so interesting that you just said? One thing I learned about white people and black people that we do have in common, right? So we're going to talk about one of the things we do have in common is white people like good food, black people like good food. I've seen some white people, once they take some good soul food, they like, this is the shit. And I feel like the thing in America is, man, we got more in common than we want to give each other credit for. But I feel like the government makes money off division. They make money off off distracting. And I feel like when we talk about racism and racist things that go wrong, that's not always the norm. That's what they want to promote to take their mind off the fact of all the other issues that they're putting into play when you're asleep at night. All of the laws, all the regulations, all the bills, everything that's being passed that the American people don't know about because we're so distracted by the optics. We're so distracted by the bullshit that we don't see the play that both Democrats and Republicans are complicit. These motherfuckers are truly cahoots on the low. But we thinking that it's...
Yeah, but we as black folks got to be a little bit more honest, too. There's a lot of stuff we can do internally that we don't like doing. And if we bring it up, then the city blacks get pissed off. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff you can say that happens outside of black, those people who are black inside of America. But you even look at the people who are cosplaying as if they black American. Really, they Caribbean. Really, they're Africans. You know what I'm saying? And they go out and do these crimes, and then we get labeled. You know what I'm saying? As if it was us, instead of realizing it's the dude that just got here in 2009.
All right, see you later. Let me ask you this.
Let me finish the
My bad. You got.
It's hard to get the microphone from y'all.
No, you got it. You got it, big gun.
So it's like black Americans do have to start policing themselves, and especially black males. Black males need to be way more well read, way more managers, and we're hustlers, and we love entertainment, laughing and joking. We got to get beyond it. Go ahead, bro.
So look, this is the one thing like when it comes to like other like black immigrants or whatnot. What do you to say to that African that grew up in a neighborhood like mine's with right next to us? You feel me? Yeah, in his home, his parents is Nigerian, Ain't no doubt about it. His name is a Nigerian name. You feel me? You heard of the rapper dude named Toby from Houston?
Yeah, it's a lot of them.
No, I'm saying, have you heard of the rap dude named? All right, well, he got real popular, man. I think y'all would like his music, but he from my neighborhood. Me and his brother is way tighter because he younger than us, but they African. But them niggas grew up with us on the block. You feel me? All of their experiences is just like mine from the block, except for when they went in the house, their dad had that accent. Yeah, they had some cultural things, but it's not that much of a difference when you grow up in the same environments. That's the same when you throw the white boy that grew up in the neighborhood. For all intents and purposes, he's experienced the same things we've experienced. Only difference between him and us is that he's white. He's went to the same schools as us. He's ate with us. He done spent the night at our house. He done been to our granny house. In his mind, he might feel like he's lived a black experience. The same way that there's a black kid that's placed in, I'm going to just say because I'm from Houston, that's placed in Cy-Fair District. And around 90% white kids his whole life. His experience are going to be vastly different. I'll say this. I think black Americans and white Americans are the same people. It's just our experiences in the country are different. But when you talk about the food we eat, which is what we got on, they let us here, it's the food. Like we eat the same foods. Maybe they're seasoned differently. But we're basically all Christian. And some, when it comes to religion, we speak the same language. We got the same narrow-minded view of the world. Because I hear it in this application, when we have rooms with people from outside of America, we all got an American exceptionalism idea, even black folks. But it's like, yeah, man, because of the treatment and because of the ignorance of that treatment, yeah, man, that creates a divide amongst us that's hard to overcome.
So I disagree. And here's why I disagree. I think the way you present it, and I used to think like that because I'm from the block. As people get older, new groups start to appear to them. So let's use your African example. That person who grows up with you, let's call them Eritrea for this example. Now he starts getting older, maybe college, maybe after college. He's interacting with other Eritreans. Now the pull of that culture takes him away from that symbiotic relationship of growing up right next to you. It's just something that happens. While you and I may continue to stay stuck because our only cultural example is that hood. Let's take the white guy. The white guy grew up around us. Okay, a couple of white guys stay true to it. Hey, this is how I grew up. This is what it is. Cool. But then other guys start feeling the pull of that Russian influence because guess what? Their grandmother's Russian, and they grew up out here with us. DJ Glad out here in Berkeley. But the minute you start interacting with other Ukrainians, now all of a sudden, hey, Ukraine. Not so much Rob. Not so much. Rob is like fifth now, maybe fourth. So I think it does a disservice to a lot of us. And just hear me out, strategic. It does us a disservice to continue to think just because he eats chitlins, I eat chitlins, he eats greens, I eat green, I listen to this type of music. People tend to change as their culture starts to pull them one way or another. And now you're starting to see, okay, I did grow up here, but now I'm over here with this group as a 40-year-old guy, and we're collectively using our money to go against that hood that I grew up in and turn it into, let's say, something that the Yemen do a lot. The Yemen will sit up here and use their religion to get stuff amongst blacks, take it over, and then exclude the black Islamics from it. Wake that up, right? They will kick the black Islamics out of stuff that the black Islamics helped them get see them in the power structure, it'll only be based on caste and not so much, hey, your fellow Islam. So America's got to wake up. A lot of this stuff is not as simple as we would like it to be, but maybe that's just my view. I could be wrong.
I don't think it's a wrong, right thing in this particular phase of the convo because we all talking about our perspective as Americans. And I do hope at some point, I ain't saying we gotta be on some kumbaya shit, saying black and white men, white women and white and black women and sisters and all that shit. I do hope we can realize that we got far more to gain by not being on some of the silly shit. Rooms like this is good, in my opinion, because we can share ideas, we can disagree, and then we can figure out maybe something that might work better for us as individuals. Hopefully we can figure it out on a massive level so that we don't need government intervention. Because if we're for small government and less government intervention, we shouldn't want to see the military occupy our cities.
Yeah, but if we don't want that, we should have never passed NAFTA. We never should have did Reagan's NAFTA because that's interfering. That's big government. And we never should have did Bill Clinton on steroids NAFTA.
Well, we know that big government thing is really a lie.
But the problem is, you say we want smaller government. We can't pass policies that force bigger government to happen. Right to work is a big government policy. It says you, the small man, can't do small man stuff. It restrains you. So I don't follow I read these policies, bro. I go on Congress.gov and I read this stuff. I think that what's unfortunate is we got so many Americans that use the talking points or whatever, and that's cool. That's cool. But then when you dig into the detail, why are we stopping black farmers today, but allowing white farmers to do what they want to do? What the hell is that? Why have we got a bill that got passed for black farmers got rescinded? Why is that happening? I thought we wanted just what you said, Rob. But when we play these games in politics, where we push the narrative of, hey man, look, let's just get along. Let's just cool. I'm with that. And then here comes a WTO policy. Whoa, what are we doing? Whoa. So you're going to help people outside the country make a company, and you're going to restrict the people inside of the company? Inside of the country from competing? That's big government like a mug.
It seems like when I think the benefit of us being able to kind of find common ground is that like a conversation what you just dropped can now be articulated in a way that they not gonna get outside of actually being around certain black folks. They're not gonna hear these perspectives for them to see that maybe we've been off and why we have the issues with our politics like we do. So that's why I say it's important for people to have these conversations. Seriously, because I don't deal with a lot of white people outside of maybe going to work. You know what I'm saying? I don't talk to them about their perspective on America. So it would be easy for me to just shit on their perspective because they are the majority and we've done shit historically from America and white Americans, excuse me. But nah, we need CLA to drop that type of knowledge on them boys because that shit is relevant. Super relevant.
Yeah, I just want more brothers to be well read on this. So I'm going to drop a book from you by Barbara Honegger. It'll teach you everything you know about to know about politics. I promise. Go read October Surprise. Go ahead and read that book. $3, $5. All right. And it will teach you everything, Rob, that you want to know about politics in and out.
So this conversation has derailed my room. I've been kind of busy right now. I'm packing up for the weekend. I got an expedition to take forth, and I have some other things for work going on. And I had to step away, but I've been listening a little bit. And
I appreciate some of the insights and the takes between Rob and Celia, but that wasn't the intent of my room. You can go have a room on some of the topics. Generally, I don't really include racial topics in my rooms because I'm going to be honest with you, I don't give a damn. It's up there with religion. I don't care about religion. I don't care who your sky daddy is, and I don't care what race you are. It doesn't make a difference to me. A lot of the race rooms I find, platform themselves on antiquity and need. There's a lot of hypocrisy when it comes to minority empowerment rooms and where the grift and pull is going to be. Where, for instance, in this conversation, there'll be a pushback against Caribbean or African immigrants coming in and collectivizing and saying, hey, there's a stigma when it comes to America and there's oppression, but I don't want them with us. But then I want assistance from it. And so I think honestly a lot of people, when they try to segregate races in this country, they really aren't the ones that we should be listening at the table. And I think segregation is fine if you want to do your own thing. I fucking don't care. If you want to go live in the Ozarks and be in an all-white community, that's up to you. If you want to go in northern Georgia and be in an all-black community, go ahead. That's up to you. Go build it. I'm all about it. Have fucking fun. See if you can do it. Have power to you. I wish you the best. Hopefully everything works out for you. You can grow your vegetables, get your water, and everything will be peace. But really, the country does need to not recognize two races. It just needs to recognize American and non-American. That's basically where we need to go. And until people are ready to accept that, then all the rest of it is just fun. Every group's been oppressed here, except for the waspy fucking Protestant ones that came from England and the Germans. Outside of them, every other culture group has been demonified, killed, hung, enslaved in some fashion or facet, and been punished and cruelly abused by the United States government and the American citizens that are here. And ideally, by Americans that generally at large have their own perspective on what is and what isn't allowed in America. So I'm going to drift this back to the kids today. And Marshall, welcome to the room. Patricia and others. I wanted to talk about the fact that 700 kids were found to have their parents overseas, Guatemala primarily, and the Democrat Party blocked them from reunification with their parents. They walked in the sense of they're not born here. They're not American citizens. They were used to get across the border. They were unaccompanied minors, and I'm confused as to why the Democrat Party would prevent children from being with their parents, despite the fact that parents overwhelmingly are asking for their kids back. Because it makes no sense. So if somebody has an answer to that, I'd like that. The other thing I was talking about was Epstein. Epstein's Island, and the fact that it revolved around kids. Like, why is it, everybody's all Trump's a pedo. But when the whole list starts to get pushed out and people start, hey, let's release this, I've got Democrat chills trying to find friendly judges to block release of information about the kids and who is involved in gang raping kids in Epstein's Island. It seems really weird that the Democrat Party itself is Trump's a pedo, but you don't want to release any of the information. You just want people to take their word for it. And I thought we fell for that shit under Shifty Shift before. So I'm not sure. So, Marshall, what do you think? Or anybody else? What do you guys think on this one?
I mean, I think if Democrats are standing in the way, that's not a good thing. I would be curious why they're standing in the way, if they've given a reason. But just if the parents want their kids back from Guatemala and we're not giving the kids back, I'm not sure why. The American foster system is broken. Well, the Texas foster system is broken. The American foster system, I understand, is subpar. So I'm not entirely sure why we would do that, other than maybe protecting these kids from becoming sex slaves or like being pregnant with gang. But even then, if the parents are contacting the United States going, we want our kids back, and they're after the parents, then we should probably give them their kids back. So that's about the long and short of it for me.
So I totally believe that the Clintons run the Democrats. There's nobody, not even Obama, nobody's more important than the Clintons. If Bill Clinton is defamed for a second time for any community, Obama is no longer liked by the black men because of some of the stuff he said. And there's the Democrats literally have nobody. I truly, honestly believe that Knucklehead Bill has some stuff that we're going to find out after his death, and they're doing everything they can to fight that image coming up. The thing about the Guatemala is a lot of these judges are out of control. I mean, a lot of these judges are, I don't know, they're just trying to insert themselves into a lot of stuff. At the end of the day, the Fed is going to reign supreme, or the Supreme Court is going to overrule said judge. I think people, as it relates to these Guatemalan kids, they're really doing this for optics. I don't think they care one way or another. I think they know that on the liberal side, there's a lot of bleeding hearts. There's a lot of small violins. And it's the same way we say, here's teacher number 1,467 accused of messing with these kids. When is that going to stop? Once we catch the woman, or sometimes the guy, we give them a nice ankle bracelet and send them home. So it's like, when do we start caring about these kids? I just see it's crazy what's going on right now.
Sorry, I have bad service. I'm driving. What I think is problematic. Excuse me, hold on. Sorry. I think what is problematic are administration. As soon as they get in, they change blanketly a lot of policies that are harmful and not productive, in particular in this situation for the kids. So I don't know, for those that were in the room earlier, we had talked about ORR. That's basically when a child crosses the border, they have to be passed over into possession within 72 hours, and then they place them into like a foster home or state-run home to protect them until they can be reunited with a sponsor, let's say a family member in the United States. So underneath the Biden administration, what they did is they actually stopped doing the DNA testing when they're doing reunification to identify. So when you heard stories about when they were looking for these kids, they would find them all at different odd addresses to include businesses. And they would have like 20 or 30 kids claiming one certain address. That itself is a big red flag. And since we have Homan in his role, he has worked with several different administrations, and he's able to determine like what works, what doesn't work. And that's the reason why we have the problem that we have right now. I get tired of every president, and to include Trump on things as well, even though I'm Republican, is the wide blanket of changes, and then the bad guys, and then in this particular, the sex traffickers and young children, benefit off of that. And I don't think the administration always does things to the betterment of society. They just do it to the betterment to an actual party. So that's how Brad kind of got onto this subject in the room. Notorious or Shipwrecked, did you guys want to, or Othello that just came up on stage, would you like to speak on the title? Okay, so what I'm going to do, since the stage is quiet and I'm coming in and out of service because I'm driving right now, I'm going to go ahead and close the room. It's been going for a couple hours, if I understand, unless there's a new person that would like to come up on stage. Anyone new that would like to come up on stage to speak on the topic? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close the room. Thank you all for joining.
You can do with only political career. So I'm not afraid of that, but we, we want to know. Now we are still connected with them. There is, 100%, and that is why they are dragging these gentlemen. I can show. They are not, legitimate contractors with the United States government. The Federal Reserve is legitimate contractors with the United States government to manage the economy of the United States. They're essentially a cabal at the end of the day. They're cartels. Facts.
I didn't hear what he said.
They're basically a cartel.
Okay, thank you. Maybe that's what I was trying to say. Okay, gotcha.
When they first became legitimate.
When they bailed the United States out and banked it 2 or 3 times. When they bailed the United States out and banked it, see, it's funky how the money is gone. Since when they took the money off of actual gold and silver, tangible things, yes, and people started using these fiat notes. See, when you start using them fiat notes, they can print them out of thin air. They don't have to be leveraged or weighted against anything. And what happens is debt actually creates the money. Say a person wants to go in and get a mortgage for a house. Now let's take that and jump it up. A developer wants to go in and get a loan for the development of an entire community. Well, they're going to get the money at its highest value. Probably going to get the nastiest part of the interest rates. Depending on how they set it up, they'll be able to dump it off in about 2 years and walk away from the bank. Just depending on how they got it structured. When the money is borrowed, that's when the order goes up to the Treasury. They go, hey, we need this. This is what the money we're going to pull. And then the Federal Reserve will go, hey, printers in the United States. Mint is where the money is printed. When it comes to a request for debt. So literally every dollar is produced is already in debt. Once they send it to the Mint, there's a particular fee that goes along with printing the dollar. So that's going to eat into its value even more. But when you get a lot of them at one time in one location, they have a little bit more leverage. So by the time they trickle down, they have lost even more of their value. You understand what I'm talking about? Basic economics, especially how it works over in America. So what the Federal Reserve does is they control the interest rate. Now remember, they did a request for the loan. Nobody asked to borrow any money for the interest rate, did they? They never asked to create the money for the interest. So now you have the existence of, say, $50 million, but there is an interest rate attached to $50 million that nobody ever printed. So now no matter how that $50 million is put out there, every one of those bills has a recoupable value that's going to be attached to it. That labor the person is going to use in order to get it, that circulation and all of that stuff. It gets broke down more and more as it gets further down the chain. So by the time it gets to the end user on the streets buying a pack of gum, that dollar is worth maybe about 37 cents.
Boom. And then also lawful. Let me add this caveat too. Far too often, too many people focus on the interest rate and where the interest rate is at, but they don't learn or focus enough on the difference between interest rate and interest cost.
Oh, Lou, let me finish, because it ain't that nasty. The nastiest part of this is, remember, they never printed the money for the interest. So for every person that makes good on a debt plus interest, what has to happen? Other people have to default on their loans because the money to pay the interest doesn't exist. And if every person who pays off their loan with the full amount of interest, it automatically puts people in a default. It's automatic.
Man, I still ain't gonna trade capitalism for none of this shit a lot of these motherfuckers I heard today was talking about. Like, Eagle Hawk is my motherfucking homie. But boy, you benefit the most from capitalism. You benefit from the bureaucracy side of capitalism, like them government contracts. But if we went back to the gold standard, nigga, all the money that we got in our pocket, boy, that shit would have been evaporated.
Oh, first off, it ain't worth shit. Why? What did it? What you call it? D1 sat on stage and did an experiment, dude. He said, "Look, man, I'm gonna take this money. I'm gonna take this bill. I took a $20 bill, and he tore it up into little bitty pieces, right? He said, man, it just went from worth $20 to not worthless. Now, you can't do that same thing with gold or silver, because when you melt either one of them down, they still got value. You can hammer them out flat, and they still got value, don't they? It's intrinsic value. It's land. That always gonna have value, period. I don't care what you say, it's gonna have value. It may be a low one, it may be a high one, based on estimated on the development and its ability to provide certain things. However, it will always have value, even if it's a swamp, as Walt did.
Now, there's paper money, which is now digital currency, because you don't even have to have paper money no more. So if you ask it to stop, you make enough money so you can pay your taxes and pay off your house where you don't have a mortgage, then how valuable is this fake paper money now?
The best question. The beautiful thing about fiat notes is you can purchase tangibles with them. Close the loop, if you will. 12 USD 411. The United States federal law says how you supposed to spend fiat notes, Federal Reserve notes. Nobody looks at them all. Anybody want to pull that up? 12 USD 411.
I don't know, but you got me interested. I've been watching Suits. I'm gonna be a lawyer by the end of this year.
12 USD. Anybody want to pull that up? Pull that up.
12 USD 11.
411. No, 12 USD 411.
Okay, my bad.
Oh no, because you gotta get the right law. You get the right thing.
You gotta be clear, man. Okay.
Yeah, I think since 2020 we've been trying to figure out how to master this illusion, because everybody says it's an illusion, and I said, well, that should be the easiest thing to master. So for me, the goal is to master the illusion and have the illusion serve me.
Issuance to reserve banks in the nature of obligation and redemption.
Yes, that's it.
Federal Reserve notes to be issued at discretion of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System for the purpose of making advances to the Federal Reserve banks, to the Federal Reserve agents as hereinafter set forth, and for no other purpose are authorized.
Hold on, stop right there. Are you a Federal Reserve agent?
Please read.
Are you a Federal Reserve agent?
I would like to say yes.
Not yet. I don't know.
So they pay you a salary. You get a check from the Federal Reserve that shows that you are an employee of the Federal Reserve. Are you a Federal Reserve agent?
Damn, Alpha Bite asked James, have he ever been swallowed?
Oh Lord, not the swallow. Why you do that? Why you do that? I've been over here to say what it says, though. This the law. The law says what it says. The law says what it says. No, the law says exactly what it says, though, for real. It says for Federal Reserve agents as a hereinafter set forth and for no other purposes are authorized. The said note shall be the obligations of the United States that shall be receivable by all national and member banks of the Federal Reserve Bank and for all taxes, customs, and other public dues. Why are you paying taxes and customs?
It says here, and
what do we say?
Man, we don't know shit. That shit is what y'all
The law just told you.
America.
Okay, hold on. Let me finish reading the law and then we can just go all the way through. They shall be redeemed in lawful money on demand. They shall be redeemed in lawful money on demand at the Treasury Department of the United States and in the city of Washington, District of Columbia, or at the Federal Reserve Bank. So if they shall be redeemed in lawful money, are they lawful money?
I don't know if you got my brain or not.
It says here, it says the notes shall be obligations of the United States and shall be receivable by all national and member banks and the Federal Reserve banks, and for all taxes, customs, and public dues, they shall be redeemed in lawful money on demand at the Treasury Department of the United States in the city of Washington, District of Columbia, or any Federal Reserve Bank. In plain English, this means the issuance of Federal Reserve notes, the paper money that we use every day, $1, $20, $100 bills, are literally issued at the discretion of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. The obligations of the United States are considered obligations of debts of the United States government. Legal tender use, Federal Reserve notes must be accepted by national banks, Federal Reserve banks, taxes, customs, and public dues. Redeemability, by law, they are redeemable in lawful money on demand at the U.S. Treasury or any Federal Reserve Bank. Historical context, the Federal Reserve Act of 1913.
Ask it, what is lawful money? Oh, shit. Article 1, Section 10 of the United States Constitution. Ask it, what is lawful?
Gotcha.
31 U.S.C. 5112. Ask it, what is lawful money?
The kind if you take out the goddamn pocket and go spin, what y'all got going on here?
Yeah, and Eric, you don't want to learn shit.
No, I don't want to learn today. I want to
Go
say
get you a damn plate and go eat something.
I'm hungry. I don't want to learn today either.
Yeah, you gotta go eat you a sausage lick.
You gotta understand.
So does drug dealer money count?
Federal Reserve notes, correct?
Nah, that shit don't count, man. That's why, you know what I mean? People nah, man, people shit, yo. Just talking doesn't mean you're right, but
Go read the law yourself.
I understand, no problem, bro.
Man, go eat you some ice cream, man.
Well, no, it's the thing. You can literally go read the law yourself. That's the wonderful thing about the law. We don't really have to argue about it. It says what it says. You can interpret it however you want to. The question is, do you know what it says in the first place?
I hear it, bro.
No, we too busy reading coloring books. Okay, so you better find a friend to Did you get your disability check yet? No,
that's real money. That's
Hey, let me ask you a question. How long you been MIA? Get the fuck out of there, nigga. Get the fuck out of my business. All in my asshole, weirdo.
Oh, no, that's clean. Not in your
Get out of my pocket. Get out of my pocket. Get out of my pocket. All the dumb ones. Get the fuck out of my pocket.
Why is you gay?
Get the fuck out
Why did you take stop being gay? Man, look at this thing. First we go from second grade show to why is you gay? What's the hell, man? Go read your book.
You kind of did that. You
Get the fuck out of here. I ain't joked once. What are you talking about?
You said you told me to get out of your ass.
Intelligence of the room is being shown. The intelligence of the room is being shown.
No, that was a little thing.
Let's hear more. Let's hear more.
Let's not hear any of that.
Yeah, we showing
Let's
true
not hear any of
colors.
that.
Yep.
So we go ahead and
Get the true colors out. Let's see.
To be completely honest, there was a whole discussion going on, and you diverted that with that.
Thank you. I was talking about gold and silver.
Yeah, you diverted that with that display, and now act as though it's not going to be, hold on, and then act as though it's not going to trigger anyone to response. And I'm sure that probably was the nature of the reason why you were motivated to that activity wrong. But it served to convert to what was already being done. I'm sure about that might not have been that they wanted to hear or enjoy or some stuff nobody else needed to hear. I get that. The question is, did it accomplish what it was set out to do?
Hey, I accomplish everything I set out to do anytime I do it. Now I'm waiting for the interruption because it's months away. But all I was saying is getting on the app and talking as if you know something is different from fucking knowing it. That's all the fuck I'm saying. So deal with it, man.
Let me finish, Kareem. Like I said, go get you some applesauce and go collect
Apple.
It's the third. It's the third. So your disability check should be on the way.
It's ice cream, not applesauce.
He needs ice cream, applesauce.
I'm gonna have all of them.
Get you a coloring book. Now go watch Ren and Stimpy, okay? Go watch Ren and Stimpy. Go watch SpongeBob.
It's a matter of time before I
Hey,
kick.
don't worry,
That's
Big
what I do.
have your plate nice and clean for you next
Shut the
time.
fuck up, Sam. No one can hear you.
It's dysfunctional, man.
That was extremely painful. Let me finish, because he already challenged the talk, and then you hollered explicit. Lord, that was painful.
Like I said, man, when it comes to this shit, like I said, like I want to read this shit from books. Fuck it.
Okay, well, did you know there was an active shooter in Massachusetts?
Was he trans? 5'5" Asian man.
So what?
5'5" Asian man.
And what did he shoot him for?
This Indian guy just killed his wife and daughter in Georgia. Shot him in the face and then killed himself. What's going on with Asian people?
What's going on with these people, said?
Oh, and then they do a hate crime bill so we can make sure they don't touch us?
I ain't gonna happen.
They get stomped out. But there's also a series of activities happening around the world. My mechanic just told me that the entire Jaguar catalog has been hacked in Europe, and now they can't get any car parts for any of their Land Rovers, Jaguars, and stuff like that. And so he was like, this is but one of many other cases. And he was like telling me about some other shit. I'm just like, why are they reporting this shit? Like, there's so many cyber attacks that are happening, like in they're small, but there's the frequency is really high all of a sudden, and they're not reporting that. So I'm starting to to take your money out of the banks. I don't know if it's safe in your investment accounts even at this point. Buy some gold, buy some silver. Were they just talking about that? What's real money? At this point in time, I think I'm about to buy a little bit of gold, at least for emergency purposes, like solid gold and silver, because you never know. Like, you know what I mean? What could happen? Now, of course, your money is FDIC insured up to like $250,000 per account,
But even in your investment accounts, is FDIC insured if it's in cash, not if it's invested, right? Because volatility. But the thing is that if in case of emergency, we're having cyber attacks. If the banks are down, you can't use your card. You can't use your card. You can't buy anything if you don't have cash. Even if you do have cash, I mean, I know most of us are not walking around with tens of thousands of dollars in fucking cash, or even, I don't even got $20 in cash right now. I don't carry no cash, right? But gold is convertible in any country. Silver is too. So I'm not saying like go out and put all your money in gold, but I definitely think with the increase in cyber attacks, you should keep some money in cash. Maybe some in a resource like silver, gold, a little bit, because gold is expensive and heavy. But also like, yeah, I don't know, just keep an eye.
This is very interesting. What are they doing with the pennies? Like they're getting rid of the pennies too, right? So nothing is left but the okay, gotcha.
That's because it costs 5 cents to make 1 penny. Do y'all ever sit down and listen to yourselves and what you're saying? If there's a
girl, it's raining down here, he bored.
Yeah, I know he kind of spices up the room and stuff, but it's raining here too. The energy is so overspent right now.
You said you loaded up the ice.
It's called being intimidated, right? Because what I'm saying is just
Hold on for a second. Hey,
here we go.
Who put Sean down?
Man, you know I got immunity. You know I got presidential immunity.
Man, you
Come back immunity.
why goddamn buttons alone? I'm like a kid. Leave the damn buttons alone, okay? Don't push on shit.
You know I'm the governor of this bitch.
You said the point you're at to boo. I shouldn't be laughing, but that is hilarious.
Dad, it is God.
I'm still laughing about the applesauce. I almost crashed, bro. I'm in traffic. That shit took me.
I told you I'm funny. I should have my own skit.
But reported his ass was diabolical. I'm sorry.
The only thing gonna happen when I swing back is y'all gonna get mad and throw me in the coop. Because I got plenty of jokes. I got plenty of jokes. It never fails. That's Jean-Pierre.
That ain't
So I think I've said this before. I think this is an instance where Trump usually, I think, has a preternatural way of intuiting the sentiments of his base and really communicating with them in ways that they're incredibly responsive to. And this is just an instance where I think it's fascinating to me because I've said this before, but this is like your rabbi just getting up there and saying, well, the Jews were never really slaves in Egypt, or your priest getting up there and saying Jesus never really rose from the dead. I mean, this is part of, the fact that, as you're saying, you said he's been convicted of things, right? This is not a conspiracy theory. But the conspiratorial intuitions of exactly who's connected to this and how high it goes plays into this kind of perception of the base that this is, the powerful elite that are running around and running the child molesting pizza shops and all this stuff like Hillary Clinton. That this is the world they live in, right? And so, this Epstein sex exploitation is part of that world, and the elites just protect themselves and sort of run all over all of us. And Trump was viewed as somebody who was to battle against those elites on behalf of his base. He's the true populist, and so for him to suppress things and then say it's a hoax. I mean, not only is it a travesty to the victim, it's like burning your Bible. I mean, this is like saying that the miracles was just the Jeffersonian Bible, man. the Bible without the miracle stories and the supernatural. I mean, this is Trump trying to demythologize and sort of stick it to his face. It's I think kind of insulting to his base, and I don't know why he's playing it so much, unless there's something he's really embarrassed about, right? Or unless there's donors or something or somebody parties that have really strong vested interests in this not being released, and Trump's attacking them or doing something quid pro quo. I mean, why do you want, and why as a party do you want to be viewed as the cover-up party on this issue? I mean, I don't know what the political upside is for the Republicans. I can imagine the upside for Trump might be that there's some embarrassing material. I'm guessing it's not anything criminal, but maybe something just really embarrassing about him in these files. I don't know. But I just think this is a really stupid play politically. And I don't know why Republicans aren't lining up, again, other than Trump's decided it's a bad idea and just do Trump's bidding. But yeah, I mean, I think this is not the smart political play to go against transparency.
You know, I was trying to remember, and I looked this up to help refresh my memory, whether the president ever joined in on this course of condemnation of this Epstein pedophilia I don't know, ring, I guess. And if you look back, he never explicitly, in any of his campaigns, never explicitly said anything in condemnation. The closest he came, as best as I can tell, was in 2015, in an address before CPAC. He called Epstein's Island a cesspool. So there was an insinuation there, but there was no condemnation. So this may not be completely out of character. We know that they were best buddies and they had a falling out, and at the end there was no love between them, and that was over a real estate deal in Palm Beach where the president outbid Epstein after Epstein called him in for some advice on how to move the swimming pool from one location to the other, and then Trump fell in love with the property that Epstein had fallen in love with, and then, at least according to Epstein, the then private citizen Trump screwed him, and Epstein never forgave him for that, and that was the end of all that. Trump's version is a little bit different. He says that Epstein was acting weird at his Mar-a-Lago, and he banned him, and that was the end of the friendship. I don't know. People could decide which one has greater veracity. But he never, as best as I can tell, maybe somebody else has pulled some research that I have been able to find, he never specifically went after Epstein for the things that he had done and for which he was convicted. Never. Even though, as you point out, Scott, his base was, has been really full speed ahead on this issue. So I find that kind of interesting. Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
It's mysterious. I mean, it's just such bad. Aside from the facts of what is, and the reality, it's just terrible politics. But we'll see how it plays out.
Well, I think one of the first rules of politics is don't attack a survivor of sexual abuse. That's not a winning strategy, I don't think. So, aside from the fact that it's the wrong thing to do, if you want to set that aside and not concern yourself of the ethics of it, it's not really the smart thing to do either. So this is the first time I think that we have seen, this president has had a hold on this Congress.
he stopped legislation when he wasn't even president because the legislation to tying up things at the border, which was a bipartisan package, might have made Biden look good. So he decided to pressure Congress to not vote for that legislation in order to keep the flow of immigrants coming in, to let it continue to be a campaign issue. It is true that after he took office, he buttoned down the border. No question about that. But he had that much influence even when he was just a candidate, because they were so fearful to stand up to him because they had the votes for that legislation to pass. And I'm not arguing whether that legislation was good or bad, or the benefits or the failings of that legislation. I'm just pointing out that he had such a hold up until now on Congress. This will be a big blow to that if he loses. But I think it'll be a big blow to the victims if he wins. Thanks, Scott. Meryl.
Excuse me, I can barely hear anybody. Can anybody hear me?
You are loud and clear, real strong.
Okay, good. That's how I like to be, loud and clear. Okay. I want to begin first by asking if the congressman, the gentleman who is running for Congress, if he is here or in the audience under his name or any other name, because if so, I want him to produce a recording he claims where I said that Trump is a pedophile, which I never did.
I do not think.
Anyways, I had the same reaction you did. I had a very emotional reaction. I saw the interview. And as you recall, I sent that interview to you and someone else, Howard, and said that I did not know if I should post it, because I also did not want to be accused of Trump derangement syndrome. I also had experienced in the past that if you say something about Epstein regarding Trump, that it is, like Trump's got better things to do. And why do you think, he's handling so much with it. You think this is so important? And I didn't want to get into that kind of argument also, because this is a president who, all presidents should be able to handle everything that comes their way. Anyways, if you take notice, a bit of history is starting to repeat itself. With regard to Epstein, he was previously charged with, I forget how many, it's more than 36. I mean, it's a lot of charges of having sex with minors, a number of different things. And he cut, while people will say this is how the judicial system works, it's okay, he did it legally. He cut himself the most sweetheart deal anybody could ever imagine. He wound up, and I think Alan Dershowitz and some other attorneys,
Oops, your audio just really degraded. All of a sudden there was like a click and we can hardly.
Sorry. Am I still there?
Now you suddenly pop back in.
Okay, no, somebody was calling. Okay, he got this deal and no victims were notified. And the deal was that he would not have to stay in prison, he would get 12 hours, 7 days a week to go to his office, quote, home, anywhere he wanted. But he had to come and spend night times there. He would have had years, possibly a lifetime of time in prison had they not pled him down to something that is would just, I think it was only going to be 13 months. And he didn't even serve 13 months. So he was going to wherever it was, he was going all day long and just spending the evenings there. That's incredible. That is incredible for a pedophile. That's no accountability. And now he gets busted again. And there will be no accountability for him because he committed suicide. Because he knew he was never going to get a deal like he had before. And I'm not going to get involved in the conspiracy theories of whether it was murder or suicide. I will accept that it was suicide. what I really am upset about is the only other person who could be held accountable and that was Maxwell. And she was a partner in every way. She procured the girls for him. She had sex with the victims, minors, with him and alone. And several victims testified at her trial. And she was found guilty by a jury and sentenced to 20 years. And that was not going to be at a cupcake prison. That wasn't going to be the kind of prison where Epstein, what he was going to be doing. She wasn't going to get that kind of a deal until Donald Trump. And Donald Trump, when she was convicted, by the way, he claimed not to know she was convicted, but he wished her luck.
We know
Pardon?
I'm
sorry, what?
We know the history.
Let's not interrupt, please. That's not how we roll here. Go ahead, Mayor.
Okay, if you don't want the history here, yeah, I won't. But if that person does, I don't care. Doesn't want it. He did not want these. He wanted to make sure that she said he had nothing to do with anything. And she did. She met in the most bizarre kind of interview with a friend of his who was an attorney. It never happens. It never, ever happens. And the interview was not conducted. If anybody reads the interview questions, they were not conducted, no follow-up. It was strictly her. So Donald Trump was always polite, always a gentleman, and I really like him as our president. He's a wonderful president. And 2 days or 3 days later, she got Camp Cupcake. She was moved to a prison that does not take pedophiles, does not take convicted people convicted of sex crimes. And she not only was moved there, we, the taxpayers, pay for security for her because it was not a prison that is supposed to. And the next step would be for her in a prison like that is work release or out. And I would predict that she will never serve even a portion, even 1/4 of her sentence. And I'm sorry if somebody objects to my having given the history. Thank you.
I think it was rude for you to be interrupted, and I think it was rude for that guy to call you honey.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I wonder if he's somebody I know.
Well, must be if he called you honey. So, you referred to the first trial down in Florida where he, was given his walking papers and not incarcerated, and how ultimately somebody appealed. I don't know who did. I don't know how. The history of this. So I won't bore the person who doesn't want to hear the history of this. But somewhere along the line, the U.S. Attorney's Office in New York City, in the Eastern District, went and prosecuted him successfully. And I don't know whether there's a cause and effect here. I have no way of knowing. The president fired that assistant U.S. attorney who prosecuted the case successfully against Epstein. So, it just makes you wonder what's going on. And even if it had nothing to do with that, the optics are horrible. So why would you? It would have to be like something really egregious that you could articulate to explain to the public why you are firing her, under these kinds of circumstances.
Hey, Gary, I'd like to try to help everyone understand why we're seeing this.
Well, but it's not your place to jump in. You know that. You have to wait your turn. And then you'll be able to help us understand. Come on, you know the room rules. Thank you, Meryl, and we'll now go to Jason.
I think they should release them. To answer the question of the room, it is a bit curious to me that Trump won't release them.
I'm glad to see bipartisan support for the release of the files. I think there, Dr. Francine, you have some feedback, but you may want to check your mic. But I think, there's bipartisan support for that is great. I think it's bringing America together. It may be something that can only be released toward the end of the Trump administration. I do think a point suggested earlier that maybe some donors or some other highly placed persons, they don't want to see these files released. They may have very good reasons for that. I can see how someone in Trump's position may give him pause. Let me put it that way. There's a lot here clearly that's under the surface. Anyone involved with Epstein, given what Epstein got away with, the amount of pull that guy had, the amount of support or whatever, it's kind of an indicator of how much more powerful and support the people who were affiliated with him had. And it may be that these files are not releasable until a lot of people have passed away, as a practical matter. And it's a grave disappointment. But it may be how it is.
Well, if it's people who passed away, you're correct. It's a grave disappointment. I know you didn't mean to be punny there. Thank you, Jason. Why did you suggest that they might have cause to withhold the release of the files until near the end of the Trump administration?
Well, Trump has some things he needs to get done. And he needs the support. He needs all the support he can get. And, he's got to pick his battles, right? And that is one reason to delay. I get a thumbs down from somebody. What a idiotic response there. It's the time to do this kind of thing is when he doesn't need the support anymore. If there's a time.
So you're suggesting then, and correct me if my interpretation is wrong, that the release of the files could contain information that will make it harder for him to proceed with his agenda? At least you're speculating that that's the case?
Well, I think it would make some of his more high-profile supporters unhappy with him if this information were released, yes. They don't want embarrassing information about themselves to be released. And so, now is not the time to do that. I think that, obviously if the files are released, they will show that virtuous Trump opposed Epstein at every step and was not involved in any way. And, but I don't think it's about self-interest. I think it's about what he needs to do for the country. And is this the primary thing? I think, it's not.
Thank you for that, Jason. It's an interesting take. We'll now go to Dr. Francine.
That is a totally fascinating take, Jason. First of all, I'd like to point out the fact that I am a woman. And second, I have been watching women have difficulty getting justice for what is done to them for my whole life. And so today when those women came out on the lawn in front of the Epstein, and that she could never again after that. Another one said that she had been undergoing trauma therapy. It took her years to even get to undergo trauma therapy. And others of them who were more removed from the situation by now said, if you don't want to release a list, we have a list, and we will release the list for you because we actually have it. So they ran the gamut from, totally destroyed emotionally by the event to, fuck you and your mother if you're not going to release this list. But so that was one interesting thing. The next interesting thing was that Ro Khanna said that he had the discharge petition, which is what's happening is a very interesting thing, which is that a petition a bipartisan petition to release the Epstein files out of committee and for a vote on the floor had already been scuttled once by Mike Johnson sending Congress home early. But now there's no way for him to send it home again. So they have to do something about the fact that it needs a certain number of supporters to get out of the committee. And according to Ro Khanna this morning, they had, and Howard Massey, who is a Republican, they had at least 3 Republican women survivors, and they were Lauren Boebert and Margaret Taylor Greene and Nancy Mace, who was a survivor. And when Don Lemon came over to interview her, she was having a panic attack and couldn't do the interview. But I'm trying to convey the emotional impact for these women of this. And then as a contrast, the White House has been saying, the first thing they said was that it was a hoax. And then the second thing that they said was that it's like a traitorous action against the White House to insist on the release of this discharge petition. And I put the tweet up. This man said, that they put the tweet up on X because it was so shocking that as a president, he would say something like that, but he said it was worse than an act of disloyalty. That it was almost a treasonous act against the White House. And it's pretty shocking, I would think. Here, let me read it. That's right. Massey said, and Massey is a Republican. I don't know if that's precedented in this country to have a president call legislators to say that they are engaged in a hostile act, particularly when the so-called hostile act is trying to get justice for people who've been victims of sex crimes. So I guess what I'm trying to say to shorten it a little bit is that there's something really rotten in the state of Denmark or in the state of DC. If Trump is feeling that way, and we have really never had sex crimes, you know, and working so hard to do it. So, I don't know, Jason. I guess that would be known as I respectfully disagree with your take.
So, we've been very cautious in this forum, and we will continue to be cautious in this forum.
Not me.
Well, no, yes, even you, when it comes to we're being very cautious to not accuse any specific individual of any involvement in the pedophilia, other than the two individuals who have thus far been convicted. And this is why Meryl was so correct in correcting the record. Because, first of all, I never heard her accuse the president of being a pedophile. Nor would I, as your moderator, allow that to be said by anyone on this stage or in the chat without immediate confrontation and correction, because you're slandering in speech and libeling in text when you do so. So I am holding to the fact that there is no even accusation, despite the close relationship the president has had in the past with Jeffrey Epstein, that he participated in any of these pedophilia parties. If that's the case, and let's hold to that based on the facts known, why would the president say that it is an attack on the White House to want to bring to light the people involved? What does the White House have to do with it? It's very confusing.
Right, and I feel the same way. I mean, I'm stunned by the vociferousness of Donald Trump's response to something that he called a Democratic hoax just half a day ago.
And again, repeated today after the women appeared before the Capitol. Look, if it's a hoax, if it's a nothing burger, what do you care if the files are released? There's nothing there. So it would support your contention that there's nothing to see here. Let's just move on as a Jedi. It's contradictory. It defies logic. And so it makes one wonder, why is he so adamant that this ought not to be released? I think the several people, including the immediate, previous caller, suggested that there may be certain names on there that the president doesn't, counts on their support one way or the other. Maybe not even politically or governmentally, but in business circles, that he doesn't want those names out. But if it's a hoax, then those names don't exist anyway. So, which is it? You can't have it both ways. You got to come up with one argument or the other, not contradictory arguments to make your point, in my opinion. Anyway, thank you, Dr. Francine.
What do I know?
Double trouble. Double going once.
Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Now we can.
I'm so sorry. Let me step outside. I've got it. Okay, sorry. I was just, never mind. Gary, thank you for having me on your stage. I just wanted to say, I think something that still amazes me, Trump entered the political arena in 2016, and it's like people are still surprised at his tactics and everything. But I would just say with this Epstein thing, consider what he is holding. Like, it's so visible, his entire base is angry. They want him to release the files. congressmen want the files released. The Democrats, I bet you, are sort of 50-50 about it, but they're doing it because they think it's politically convenient. I would bet you that Trump doesn't actually care, like himself personally, if they get released. But imagine the leverage he's holding over somebody or some small group of people. Just imagine. They can see how much he's doing for that. Like, look, he can just be like, look how angry these people are at me. All these people are angry at me. I'm doing this for you. Think about that type of leverage and how important this is for him and what he's getting out of the deal. He's getting something out of the deal here, Gary. You just have to think of him like a mob boss, and then everything else makes sense. But this clearly is very valuable to him. So people should really, really sit back and contemplate, why is this so important? What is going on here? What would change? Anyway.
Thank you, Double. Another interesting perspective. Chris.
Hey, what's going on, Gary? Hold on, let me start at this. Hey, Meryl, I do apologize. And me calling you honey is a sign of endearment, not a sign of disrespect. We're back long. Let me make that. Oh, 1 second. Are you all right? No, just sprinted past me. Well, the backlog to the information you gave actually was important. I just understand that we've heard it a million times before, and it's probably going to be kind of. It just sounds repetitive. It sounds like, because you never even gave your take on what the actual situation was, which, again, your choice, not mine to dictate how you speak. All right. Derek, how are you today?
Chris, I'm well. How are you?
As a man, I had to apologize to Meryl, even though I still feel like she filibustered the time. It's her time. So
Everybody gets angry with Meryl.
Remember just yesterday when I told you we don't care about conversations, Gary, and we got to figure out how to keep things fresh, but I do understand them. Remember that conversation just yesterday, about 24 hours ago?
Yes.
Very interesting. You always prove to me that you're doing something right. Because we got back to what I feel is important to society. And it is a repetitive conversation about Jeffrey Epstein and why the President of the United States decides none of this is informative to anybody anymore. After he told his base, specifically his base, not me. I'm not his base. I am in the United States citizen, but I am not his base. He told his base specifically, when I get in that White House, we're going to clean out that swamp. We're going to get those bad guys that did those terrible things to those little girls immediately. The first thing on the agenda, we're going to get that and deporting those immigrants. So now we're here again. Now we're here at the time where the president gets to tell everybody there's nothing there to see. I went through the information. You all know it. I know it. If you don't believe what I'm saying, you're an idiot. You're stupid. Do I think he's protecting himself? I don't know, Gary. Do I think, as the last guy Double stated, that he's protecting the wealthy people around him, and maybe it's easier to have a little leverage over them doing it this way? Hey, Gary, I don't know. If I'm not like Jason, I believe, well, it's probably best to keep all the information tucked away until after his term because it could just tear down the country. Fine. If that's the terrible logic you think that we should protect the pedophiles, I don't want to say the word, I don't know the logic. And I know that one guy isn't here, or he wasn't here recorded, but you know what I mean. The P word. If I feel like we need to protect them just so we can have some sense of status quo that we no longer actually carry in this country, hey, as long as that makes you able to sleep at night, you believe what you want to. Let's get to the question. The question is, should Congress release the Epstein files? Yes, we all agree. We all should agree. We all should agree it shouldn't take a minute longer, a day later, or a second too fast, or a second too slow, excuse me. Because those little girls, who are now women, are still sitting around watching their abuser get rich, their abuser stay under the radar, their abuser have to face injustice. Those little girls could be your children, snatched away from your house, leaving school, going to school, sent to a place she has no clue about, trained and tailored by a woman who has only tactics in her life is to make sure the man that she's serving enjoys the pleasure that your child who was kidnapped does now have to get. working a summer job, and now your daughter from that summer job is being hit on by millionaires, offered gifts, and now she's being taken advantage of on someplace you don't miss here anymore. Again, if we're going to continue to try to protect these guys, just say that in your opening monologue, in your analysis conversation. Everybody seems to have analysis. Nobody has an opinion anymore. In your analysis conversation, just say, you know what? I don't want him to lose. And I'm speaking of Donald. I don't want him to lose in this situation. So we'll just protect the pedophiles. Because that's what we're doing when we don't bring justice for those women. Those girls are now women. Imagine that. Imagine your daughter having to do 10 years of having some type of sexual abuse from somebody that's not in your family also. A stranger, a wealthy man, a man you probably could not touch if you had the opportunity to. And now he gets an additional 10 to 15 years. And now he gets an additional 3 to 6 months. He gets an additional 2 or 3 days. He gets an additional week of freedom. Because the public's parties that we chose decided it's easier to protect them than it is to protect your children. It's amazing. It's amazing to witness. I did not see what happened today. I knew it was coming. Watched something just yesterday, and they spoke about having those women on the steps at 10:30. I was asleep this morning, but I plan on watching it the moment I get off here. Because I want to see the women who have finally spoken up about something that the American people are trying to be taught to forget about. They're going to teach us to forget about it in real time. Yeah, I can't say the president has done anything wrong outside of what he's currently doing. Trying to belittle a fact that we all know are facts. I don't know if he touched girls. I know he's a creep. We've all seen evidence of that. He's been liable for that. I don't know if he likes little women. Little girls, excuse me, not little women, little girls. But I'm watching him actively try to move the goalposts so little girls don't get justice. I'm watching him move the goalposts so rich, wealthy men don't have to face prosecution that they deserve. So maybe he's not on the Epstein files as some type of participant, but now he's participating at the highest of levels. And that's going to hinder, again, I said this the last time we talked about Epstein, and I thank you, Gary, for also, like I told you last time, you said it, when it hits the news cycles again, hey, it'll probably be back on the stage, and it did. So I commend you for that, because there's a lot of people that's still scared to have this conversation, and I'm not a Democrat or Republican at this point, I'm an independent. I voted Democrat in the last election because they had the best options for us, and that's why you see the mug in my PTR, because you had a choice. We all had a choice. The choice was right there for you. You say, oh, I didn't like her policies, but you didn't know the other guy's policies outside of immigration and Epstein files. Now he's doing great with the Immigration Act, even though he's harassing everybody. And now we're watching him duck out of the Epstein files. So he's 50-50 right now. But the last candidate would have been better, and you would have been able to sleep a little bit better right now, regardless of how you feel about our international affairs. But the truth of the matter is, we're now watching them, and I mean them as the Republican Party. And shout out to Marjorie Taylor and the other few women that actually stood up for this. And I'm glad women stood up for this. Because it would have been really sad if we watched some hands made tale of women actually not wanting to stand up for women because of their color that they wear on their top. So I'm very honored to see women standing up for this. But I think it's time for the American people and even the people in this room that find the opposite side of every argument to argue to realize this is probably not the argument to have that argument. Those women deserve justice, just like your child would deserve justice. Just like you wouldn't want any rich man to ever walk past your daughter and rope her with his eyes, regardless of how wealthy he is. And if you are that type of guy, then you're a terrible person. And I'm okay with saying that because I would like to protect women. Hey, Gary, again, Meryl, can you come up with, if you are in here, I would like for you to come up with Mike so I can apologize to.
Well, she heard you apologize. She's here on the stage. Thank you, Chris. Chris,
I don't need acknowledgement. I just need to get that off. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for doing that. By the way, I'm sure she appreciates it. I think Chris brings up a very interesting point because I mentioned correctly that the president never specifically mentioned that he would go after Epstein. But he did, as Chris pointed out, repeatedly promise to go after pedophilias. He actually created, by I think executive order, some programs in the Justice Department during his first term of office. He later pledged to go after pedophile rings and traffickers. He did say in 2020 that he was, quote, saving the world from a satanic pedophile cult, close quote. Now, I don't know where we've ever seen publicly such evidence of a pedophilia cult verified than what we are seeing today with these women coming forward. And with the convictions of Epstein and Maxwell. This is not a conspiracy theory that was disproved that a pizza restaurant near the White House had a secret tunnel and a dungeon where they were keeping children, so that when the Clintons ordered pizza, whatever they put on the order was code for what type of child they wanted sent over through a tunnel that extended from the pizza parlor to the White House. And as we all know now, that after that unfortunate man went to save the children, it was just a storage room, and there was no basement, and it was all made up. This is something that's not made up. This is something that's really happened, and yet the guy who claimed that he's going after saving us, not just going after, saving us from satanic pedophile cults, calls it a nothing burger, says it's a hoax. Again, a major contradiction. We are now at 6:01 p.m. Eastern time, so we will no longer be inviting people onto the stage, but we go into extra time to give everyone on the stage an opportunity to speak, and we now go to Yang.
Hi, Gary. At first, I really don't understand because, Trump's been in DC for 10 years. He knows how far this works, right? But then I kind of thought of that. I think, eventually Trump will want something, very similar, right? So they want to train the swarm, they want to tear down this establishment. But in the mind of Trump, he's having a war with those people, right? So I agree with the previous guy saying this file is the leverage he has, which he can use them to control and fight against them. He always say you don't have cars, so why would you give out the cars to for this battle, right? So I don't think it's personally about protecting himself. He's already committed villain for having sex with a porn star, right? How bad can be connected with that, right? So I think I think from his mind, he's playing a longer game. He's in DC for 10 years. He knows how to play politics with those people. So he thinks this is a battle which obviously he has sacrificed for the ultimate purpose of eventually tear down the establishment. Whether or not he will become a new establishment, we don't know. But right now, I think this is obviously what is happening. In terms of why he is so against his base, I think two reasons. The first one is campaign and governing are very different things, right? During campaign, you can say those very, wishful, you get your wish list, right? But when you govern, you have to be very careful, you have to be very calculative about each step, about how to achieve that goals. For those, people who say, oh, release the file, I think, to be honest, for a lot of those congressmen, they may secretly hope that file not got released. They just want Trump to look back, because I think they also have
very strong connection with those rich and powerful people. It's some effect because they know Trump can hold those Republicans for now, and then they can just blame Trump for not releasing files. So I wouldn't give them credit for saying that release a file. I mean, from the Trump's perspective, I think he's confident that he has his base, so he can disobey his base a little bit, but it was just, I mean, even during the peak of this like scandal, right? I think his approval among MAGA and Republicans still like, if not 100%, but 90-95%, right? So from a pure tactical perspective, he has his base, and he can disobey his base a little bit without too much thought. Why give up a car and then not using his car to give it an advantage? It just doesn't make any sense. So I think basically what happened is he made a deal with a lot of those people, and he uses as a leverage to press them to do things that he needs them to do. Maybe someone even in the Supreme Court, for example, maybe, we don't know. And now he has his tariff agenda. Maybe he's using this as the one that you never know, right? So there are so many things. I think from his perspective, he basically say, let's focus on the big picture. So this is his agenda is a full mark agenda. So he's using this tool to achieve ultimate goal. I think at the end of days, when he achieved his objective, then those leverages become more of a political liability for him. He may release a file. Yeah, so that's what I think.
Thank you, Yang. Diogenes.
Yeah, some of you may be familiar with the work of Whitney Webb. She pointed out that, first and foremost, Jeffrey Epstein was a financial criminal. He dabbled in sex trafficking. An important distinction that we need to make moving forward is that pedophilia is a term that comes from psychology and is used to diagnose individuals who have an attraction or exhibit an attraction to minors 13 years or younger. There is no accusation that Ghislaine Maxwell or Jeffrey Epstein was involved with minors of that age. What they were in fact convicted of was crimes related to girls who were under the age of 18. This is not a defense, but it's important that we understand the definitions. Ultimately, it's ironic that we're talking about whether or not some files should be released that may or may not shed light on whether or not Jeffrey Epstein had ties to important individuals who are currently representing us and holding powerful and important positions, including top secret clearances in our government. In 2008, there was a tidal wave of fraud. A tidal wave of fraud. Most of that fraud is right out in the open. Multiple people lied in testimony to Congress, which is perjury, it's a felony. And most of the large banks and financial institutions committed some kind of fraud. No one, not a single person has been prosecuted for that. Charges haven't been brought. Indictments haven't even been brought against those people. And so I do want to stress to listeners who are sitting here wringing hands and clutching pearls about whether or not some files should or should not be released and why Trump may or may not suddenly have reversed his position on this, that even if the files were released today, and the files said clearly these people were involved, which they won't, they couldn't. The so-called files can only ever be evidence. You wouldn't do anything about it. You, the public, won't do anything about it. You're all desperately hoping some bolt from the blue. You're hoping that some evidence will suddenly be released and broadcast to all of your telephones. At the same time, you'll get a push notification that will tell you, guess what? Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile. Not just someone who engaged in inappropriate grooming behaviors with women who worked for him, but he was actually a pedophile. And here's video evidence. Verified video evidence of him raping children. Now we're going to do something about it.
So how do you know what people in this room or in the general public are hoping for? You have no idea of knowing what I, Alan, Merrill, Howard, Scott, Dismal, David, and Jane are hoping for. So get off your high horse and make your commentary without trying to put words in the mouths of other people here, all of whom are very good at articulating their feelings and do not need your help to do so.
You don't need to be offended or defensive about this.
I am not being defensive about it. I am telling you that it is offensive to think that you are in a position to speak on behalf of these other people. If you want to ask people what they feel and what they hope will occur if these files are released, that's fine. But don't try to speak on their behalf. Speak on your behalf.
Sure, I'll rephrase. So ultimately, the public at large hopes and prays that someone else will handle everything. We don't need to go looking for bogeymen. We don't need to go looking for hidden evidence of felonies. Some of the most unjust things that have happened in recent history happened right out in the open, and they were financial crimes. They remain unprosecuted. There are no conversations about the failure of
What does that have to do with this?
Look, if you're going to keep interrupting me,
I will, because I'm moderating, and I am moderating. And sometimes the moderation requires when people fall off track to redirect them. And so if I'm incorrect in me asking you to redirect, you can tell me so, but what does that have to do with this? Are you trying to throw in whataboutism to try to take us off the topic at hand, or are you actually attempting to make a point that someone might learn something from?
I don't understand. So let me help you understand, Gary. You are looking for bogeymen right now.
Okay, thank you very much for after I asked you to not speak on people's behalf, speaking on my behalf. Who the hell are you to tell me what I'm doing, what I am looking for? I just got through telling you, ask. Don't tell me what I'm looking for. And by the way, sir, since you tried to lecture us, by the way, Alan, you're next. Since you tried to lecture us on the definition of pedophilia, you are correct that in a medical sense, the term pedophilia refers to the desire to have sex with children younger than the age of the children or the young people who were victimized by Jeffrey Epstein and God knows how many other people. However, in the legal sense, which is all that matters here, if you review any of the statutes, go to any of the federal statutes, go to any of the state statutes, having sex with a minor who, under the definition of the statute in the jurisdiction involved, who is under the age of consent, exposes yourself to prosecution for pedophilia. So it is not a mischaracterization to call this a pedophile ring. But thank you for at least pointing out you are correct that in a medical sense, you are absolutely right. A person who doesn't commit a crime could be a pedophile if he has these kinds of desires to have sex with children. From a medical sense, that's true. And a person such as that could undergo psychiatric treatment without exposing himself or herself to prosecution. We're not talking about what's in the minds of people. We are talking about the actions of people and the legal definitions. But thank you for trying to change the topic. And unfortunately for you, you were unsuccessful. Alan,
Gary, your skill at moderating is something to just behold, even when I disagree with you. I have so much admiration. I agree the way you handle that. Gary, I need to apologize to you. The day that you removed me from the stage, it actually was me. I was pretexting, and I will never do it again. I had worked out something with another one of your moderators who was not here at the time, which partially caused the problem, but I was doing a Nixon impression. And because was trying to promote something else that I was doing. So I apologize for that. I think pretexting should be out of your room as well as mine, but that's yours to do. I was really inspired today by the autonomy these women showed in the press conference. They are going to take control of their situation regardless of what the president does, and that is great. And I think we should all recognize that the only way when you're powerless to have power is to just fucking take the power. I am not at all scared. Of course, I'm not really a Democrat. I'm actually a Republican in hiding, but I'm not at all scared that the Democrats are going to be found out in the Epstein files because the Democratic Party is not a cult. Well, unlike the Republican Party, which is a cult. And I'm not saying every Republican is a cultist, but clearly these women who are signing these petitions now, like Boebert and Green, sure, they need the cover, but it doesn't matter if they don't get the final signature. And so I think Mike Johnson is a coward, and I think he has demonstrated his lack of concern for America's women. And I think that if we get the full number of signatures, I'll have more respect for Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene. But right now, if you count noses, it doesn't really matter, right? Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, I really love your initial comment that you respect, and I didn't mention this, and I'm glad you did, because I was remiss for not making this observation. You respect the autonomy of these women who are taking control of the narrative and taking the control of their lives and not waiting for Congress or waiting for the president to do the right thing. Their comment that, basically, F you, if you're not going to release the information, we'll compile our own list and try to stop us because you can't, because we are too strong in numbers. And again, I just think it was terrific that several of the women, when they went to the microphone, called on other victims to step forward. And I bet some of them will. They may not publicly step forward, but I bet they contact that attorney. I hope they do. I pray they do. It'll be good for them if they can do anything to take control of their lives back, because when something like this happens, as several of the women pointed out, the therapy that they had to go under, part of their life is stripped away from them that will never be returned. Imagine if it was your daughter or my granddaughter, God forbid. They would change their personalities forever. These women are rising above one of the worst kinds of adversity anybody can experience, and bravo to them, and I'm glad you pointed that out. With regard to Mike Johnson, it's become abundantly clear in this case and in all the others that the one thing Mike Johnson wants more than anything else is to remain Speaker of the House. And so he would do whatever it takes to please the president, to ensure that the president not orchestrate a congressional coup to remove him, which by the new rules that the Republicans themselves established is a relatively easy thing to do now. So I think that's his motivation, and we should recognize that, and I'm glad you pointed that out as well, Alan.
I need to give Yossi part of the credit for reminding me of this thing. Also, no punishment for bad behavior is the new rule in the Republican Party. This whole crap about they're for the rule of law, sending people into Chicago, when the president himself
was told by a court yesterday here in California that he had violated the law, and yet it doesn't matter because he's already done it, and we're past the time limit. So I think anytime the Republicans want to say that they are for the rule of law, we should just laugh their asses out of the room because they've proven they're not. That's kind of my feeling on that one. And again, I apologize for the pretexting the other day. This platform is so unstable. Sometimes it's hardly even worth working with. But you do a great job. Thank you for having me on your stage today.
Thank you, Alan. Dismal.
Thank you, Gary. And I want to not repeat what others have said, so I'll just acknowledge I really appreciated what Dr. Francine and what Chris said on the stage. I will agree with Alan. I think that the women that showed up today not only demonstrated bravery because many of them did face direct threats, harassment, and attempts to discredit their stories and other kinds of intimidation that were designed to keep the truth hidden. And it reveals a terrifying abuse of power, and that extends beyond the original crimes, but on their ability to actually get and receive justice. But I think just because you brought him up, Mike Johnson, initially on the Epstein files, his story was he wanted maximum transparency, and he then converted with balancing privacy for the victims. And what happened? I have to applaud basically the supporters that brought these women to Congress, because these women have now upended that story. That narrative that he wanted to paint, that he's protecting the women, because he can't now state that when the women themselves, the victims, are actually demanding the transparency. So I think that was actually a brilliant move. But what I wanted to actually raise is my concern with what the Epstein story has done with regards to Trump's decision making and that of leadership, because I think in recent months we've witnessed a very troubling pattern where whenever there are sensitive issues like the resurfacing of the Epstein case entering the public narrative, instead of addressing the matter directly and thoughtfully, there seems to be this attempt to basically divert public and media attention by making bold and swift actions like the sudden military strikes on the Iranian nuclear sites in June, or the aggressive attention, even today, for example, the move for deploying the National Guard to Chicago was made during the actual conference that was occurring. The timing just suggests that there's this unwillingness to make fully deliberated decisions. And that's what concerns me, especially with regard to how are we spending taxpayer dollars and what does this mean for national security as a whole? I think we need to, for the health and welfare of our society, we need to call into question how these decisions are being made. We need far more oversight, unfortunately, than what our current members of Congress have been offering. And if this could create more concern and more oversight by creating this wedge issue, getting people that have been thus far very avid supporters of Trump to say, wait a second, he hasn't been very transparent on these issues, so maybe we need to scrutinize others. I'm all for it. Honestly, this wasn't something that I've been tracking as closely. My understanding from discussing this issue with others is that there have been podcasts going on about this issue for years, and the stories unfold now. I care more about the broader decisions for our country, and I just don't want there to be a haphazard decision made just to create and divert our attention from this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Dismal. And for those who are trying to get up on the stage, I appreciate your interest, but we're past the time where we can bring folks on the stage. However, feel free to click on the link above, join the chat on Facebook Messenger, and make your feelings known there. David.
Thank you. I missed a lot of it, but thank you for the topic. And to the person who used 2008, I think the only minors that were hurt by that were the ones that lost their inheritance. But to use that as a comparison is so apples and oranges that it's upsetting to even hear it. I don't have it in front of me. I'm in the car, but when I read, I think it was the FBI or whoever opened Epstein's safe after he was unalived. There's evidence in that safe of thousands, maybe tens of thousands of pictures, digital CD-ROMs, money, records. There's enough in there to put a definite answer to what happened and who did it, just from what the FBI has there. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Yeah, nobody is interested in revealing the names of the victims or, God forbid, the images of the victims. We want to know who the perpetrators are. And by the way, the more I think about Genesis diatribe, how do I pronounce that? Diatribe, thank you. The more I find it offensive because it's dismissive of the concerns for the victims. Just totally dismissive. And how can we, any of us, be like that? I just don't understand.
And I want to say really quickly, I mean, just because he died, certain victims were about to get some monetary compensation, and that vanished with his death. There was a huge amount of money in that estate, certainly that should have gone to the victim. So there's a lot there to deal with.
You are correct. Thanks for bringing these issues up in a very succinct manner. Meryl, you get the last word.
Jane. Is Jane still on stage?
Nope.
I don't want to take up her time. Okay. Very quickly, Chris was right. I did forget to say that to address yes, I do want Congress to release the files. Yes, no, I don't hope to the other gentleman. I do not hope and pray for whatever it is that he thought I was praying for. And I do, regarding Congress, I think, and victims, I think we forget, and I tried to make this point, those victims were also victimized by Ms. Maxwell. And this president interfered with the actual, what the intent of the sentence was. And that was just one more. Some of those victims did testify, and that was just one more attack on those victims, because it's also given her the opportunity to say they are all lying. So I wanted to make that very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Meryl. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time, so until 5 p.m. New York time tomorrow. For the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
Yeah, that's fun. My mother told me. This is a very consistent Republican thing. For now, we're talking over 30 years. So, but it's even a lot longer than that. But just in recent history, that's what it is.
Given the
subtly, like Ramona mentioned, voter ID, which is a very exclusively rather, Republican effort to disenfranchise people from voting. There's also gerrymandering, which moves around districts and makes it funnel people into certain areas where it's difficult for them to get to vote. Locally, there will be instances where areas where black folks disproportionately vote, voter machines happen to be limited and or not working. I know here in Georgia, there were instances in certain places where the cords to the machines were missing for a great deal of time, and the machines weren't on. Now, that may not seem like an issue to you or I, or some of us, but when you're waiting in line for 3 to 4 plus hours to vote, you get discouraged from going to vote, even if you actually did make the effort to go out and do that. And if those people don't leave, even if they say, hey, listen, you can come back, there's still a chance that less people are going to come back that were here. Right. So those are all underhanded things to keep people from voting. On the other side of it, and I think I may be taking for granted what we have here in Georgia, or more specifically in Atlanta, but during the pandemic and during the 2020 election, they opened up State Farm Arena with a Hawks play. And had voters machines during early voting where people could go and vote. And that is what made the difference in Georgia, as far as I'm concerned. Among a number of other things, when they dump money into local projects like Georgia Vote Project, Georgia Black Voters, Stacey Abrams program. So there is a number of things that can happen in order to do that. It's just that they pass laws now where you can't even take people water while they're waiting in line. So, just little things like that to keep people from voting. So there is a pronounced effort to do that. I'm sure in Louisiana, I'm sure it's much worse. So it's not a name. I mean, some of it is that they're just choosing not to go vote, but there is a reason.
Okay, so with all that in mind, just like when we talk about the perpetuance for black people to commit crimes and we get sentenced more harsher than other people, and we have these conversations, and I have these conversations with, my children and their friends. I said, if that's the case, don't commit crimes. I mean, why are we having this conversation right now? You understand the assignment, so to keep your ass away from that situation, point blank, period. So I'm just trying to figure out in the same vein, we have issues, and if there's making it harder for us to vote, then we have to come together as a community. I don't know that community. See, it's hard for me to talk on other people's shit. I try not to, because I'm not there and I don't know the hardships. But people who live there do know the hardships, and they need to try to figure out a way. If people want to vote, because do they want to vote? You know what I'm saying? Because I want to Google the turnout for the last election, and I can't because I'm driving. I'll Google when I get home.
I can tell you this, it's really, really low.
Yeah.
It's really low. It's low for a number of reasons. I mean, again, it's not just one thing.
I understand. Yeah.
You got brothers who have felonies who can't go and vote.
Well, they're eliminated. Okay, let's put them on the side.
Or you've got people who just don't have access to vehicles. If my voting place is more than a few miles from me.
Yeah.
So the way that we try to balance that here is you, as a matter of fact, more specifically, Jeezy took some buses into the hood.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah.
And put people on buses to go and vote during the state election. So that was just one example. I'm just giving that because people know who he is. That's a pronounced effort. That's a very direct effort to get people not only registered, but they get to actually participate in the process in general. But I don't know that Boosie is going into his neighborhood because he can't vote himself. But choose to endorse, at least verbally, Donald Trump, which is a whole other problem. If you got people like that, where ignorance just begets ignorance. People are telling people that do listen to him that voting is not something that's advantageous for us. So, there's a number of things. They ain't just one thing, but
Some people do go vote. It's just not. You're just not trying to get everybody to vote. You're just trying to discourage. You're just trying to discourage as many people as you can. It's not an all or nothing thing. It's just picking off numbers here and there. So numbers get.
Lisa, I got a question. If you need an ID to vote, then people need to be out here, and there needs to be community outreach so that you can get access to get that ID. It should become at no charge so that you can participate in the process, okay? Because they're making you have an ID in order to participate, then they should be able to provide you with that ID. Period. That's it.
Wait, they should be providing you?
They should be making it possible that you are able to get the documentation that you need to go and vote if they're making it mandatory that you have that information in order to vote.
You know what? I don't know if anybody's done this. Hey, how y'all doing? Welcome, and have a good day. I don't know if anybody ever voted for yourself. Like, did you manually change the names of the candidates and just put your name on every freaking category? Has anyone ever done that before?
So what also happens during the process is actually there are different people. Our lieutenant governor and our secretary of state, who at one point was Brian Kemp, scripts voter rolls. So if you've been on the roll for too long and haven't voted, they just want to take too long. And then you have to go and re-register. Again, it's just every little bit counts. That's all it means. Every little effort. You have to take one more person off the rolls to vote. Because why? Because these people generally don't vote for us anyway. So what do we care if they vote?
Yeah, well, after Smucker just scrubbed the voting rolls on there. He just did it.
There's a consensus because you have to understand that even though you have multiple demographics, nationalities voting for such candidate, right? Whatever that is, whether it's a local election, whether it's you know what I'm saying? You get a primary, you understand that the individual doesn't know of the inner workings behind the scenes, who's related, who's not related. You know what I'm saying? There's so many things and who raised enough money for the campaign, who's your, you know what I'm saying? So there's so many different levels, you know what I'm saying, to that. And, you know what I'm saying? You really don't have the final say of who you really want to be president or whatever constituent categories.
But that's not, yeah, but I get that, but you have to vote. Shit. I mean, whoever's on there, you may not like.
That's not the point. It's probably over.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You still gotta know who's at the gym. I hear Trey.
I'm sorry, that's me. I'm sorry. I'm
jealous. I'm just jealous. I'm here with Bill.
My hands got the bump on 5 and acting like it's on 9. So I'm sorry.
Are you running? 5.0? Mouse? Are you on 9 incline?
I should no. I should be. If I'm at 9, I should be sprinting. But I'm not. I'm just out of shape.
I'm telling you, hey, don't worry about it. As long as you're on it, I don't even start feeling it or doing anything until it's time for me to get off. Then I want to get special and start running faster. And then
you gotta mix it up.
I know I gotta do the hit, but it's just that's too much energy. I need somebody standing there next to me to monitor me because I'll be like, oh God, here we go.
Monitor you? God is monitoring you. What you talking? He's spotting you when you're doing never mind.
As long as you're moving. At least I want to say, I check my voter registration every 3 to 4 months because they are scrubbing the voter registration. Right. So I check mine every 3 to 4 months and make sure I'm still registered. I've been registered since I was 18, so that's just
PSAs because it seemed like, you know what, guys, I'm gonna be very honest with you. Maybe I should wait till I get to the 420 to start talking like this. But I'm really getting so sick and tired of the excuses. Because you know why? I was talking to Grampy the other day, and she was giving me all this wisdom, trying to get me out of my funk. And she was like, she was talking about, girl, you ain't seen hard times. I was like, yes, I have. And they're like, no, you ain't seen hard times. I had to get on my knees and scrub white folks' floors and all. And she just starts giving me the business. I had to put. I was like, you ain't, you know. So what I'm saying is like, I think we need to stop complaining. And we know what the obstacles are. We're clear. If you're not clear, then we need to start having PSAs in our community. If I have to, I don't live in the community that I want to serve, but I can put on my Adidas NMDs and start walking down the street. And no, I won't be knocking on doors. Never mind. I was gonna be a bullet. You must have a bulletproof vest on because you can't knock on motherfuckers' doors.
Sister Wife, you are not to be out here in no tennis shoes anywhere by yourself because
you have to start knocking on doors and telling people, especially our population, because they have every fucking excuse for why they can't get this shit together. So I'm just saying.
Let's put it as like, you know, they're doing nothing wrong. I just feel the urge to like attack you.
And this guy is a shawarma eating kanafa bacon, you know, financier. He's just an annoying person.
I'm just a narcissistic, selfish person. Yes, Buttercup. It's about narcissism. It's about you caring for your own ass, willing to sacrifice the Jewish people. We have a word for this. It's called couple. It's people that were willing to align with Nazis and sacrifice their Jewish brothers and sisters for their own sake. Let me break it down to you, Buttercup. They may kill you last, but they will also kill you. Because as much as you want to align with them, they will still see you as a Jew that needs to die. And when you will be attacked, you will pack your bags and you will come to Israel. Then, maybe then, after a few years living there, maybe you will have like a voice to speak out. Until then, we don't give a fuck about how you think we should live our life. You are not part of us. You are not an Israeli citizen, and I can have a lot of opinion about how you should be a better person and how you should destroy your life so we can build it better. And that is your life, and that is our life. And we keep on telling you that your statements are not humane, moral, or just. They're genocidal, they're hateful, and they're ignorant. And because you're a Jew, they're also, how we call it, treacherous, like as a traitor. And this, the only reason that it could be that you are selfish with this moral supremacy, this white savior, whatever that bullshit, I'm not a shrek, you should go talk to someone. But please, don't use us to feel better about yourself.
It doesn't matter where she's going, my friend. Doesn't matter. She's doing harm. And your halas, it's also doing harm. No halas. Give my blood, give me back my brothers and one sister that are still there. Go on your knees, surrender, and then we will halas. Until then, no halas, my friend. No halas. You're living in a dream. A dream.
Do you see that you're writing in your chat that your Palestinian friends are not going to the rallies because it's too extreme for them? Tell me, when did you and your Palestinian friends go out in a rally that has those extreme messages like release the hostages? I want to see a picture of you. You can blow your face with your Palestinian flags, with your Palestinian friends going out to the street of New York with holding signs saying release the hostages or saying Hamas is a terror organization. Or is this too extreme for your Palestinian friends?
To say Hamas is harming the Palestinian people also, and hijacked the Jewish people and Israelis, even Arab Muslims and Christians from Israel and Thais and all kinds of people from the states of Israel. Instead of doing rallies and saying Hamas is the blame one, tell them to bring the hostages back. release Gaza from their vaccination, whatever they're doing there. That's it. But no, opposite. Stop the war, Hamas needs to be there, they are good for the Gazans.
You know, Shlomi, she asked you why you're offended by her. She also asked me in the chat like, yeah, but why? I'm not offending you. Why are you so offended? Literally, she comes every day calling for the one state.
Wait, Daniel. If she asks that, I will answer her. Answer her when she's downstairs. You offended me, but I'm not a crybaby. Like you are. Wow, it's amazing. Exactly like the Palestinians, like Hamas.
Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Always.
Fuck you, free Palestine.
Fuck Israel. Fuck his mama. This motherfucker's killing baby.
Listen, Balaka, listen. Balaka, those are your people. When you go to sleep with dogs, please don't come here crying when you wake up. Just one sentence. Balaka, when you look around and you see that you're surrounded with anti-Semites and Nazis, and you say, I don't align with them, they align with you, you need to ask yourself, why am I surrounded with Nazis? No, she's still here.
No,
she left.
Okay. But I'm still gonna say it. She acted exactly like the Palestinians, like Hamas. She's coming, attacking me, like in a beautiful way, asking me, and I will repeat her question. Did captivity made you a little bit more aggressive, Shlomi? I find that very offensive. But when she got a little bit offensive after that, she came and exactly like Hamas and the Palestinians.
Exactly.
Attacking you, stabbing you in the back, and then when they're getting back, not the knife, they dig in the ass, like properly dig in the ass.
You're so cruel. You're unkind.
And this is chutzpah to the max to ask them to accuse you of being aggressive because you were held captive. This is maximum chutzpah.
What do you expect from a person like her?
It's not chutzpah. No, it's a new way of living, and a new way.
Well, we got. She plays the victim. She plays the victim. Like
a new way of behaving. There is chutzpah. There is honor. Now there is a new way of behaving. It's Palestinianism.
Yeah.
Palestinianism. Yeah.
This is nothing new though, Shlomi. They've been doing this since the 1960s. They've been doing like this. They're the victims of the world.
No, but the fact that our people act like that because they are advocating for this and like.
I don't really believe she's Jewish, honestly. I really don't think so.
I don't know why you are trying.
I'm not trying. Me personally, I don't believe it. But I mean, anybody else can think whatever they want, but I don't believe it.
No, I would like to give her the stage and try to explain her how she's wrong and that she's doing bad to her.
Because I think it's actually hilarious, Shlomi. It's just
it's
funny.
like Amos, and there is no need to give any energy. Yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm just saying it's funny. I think it's hilarious because they make themselves look stupid. And honestly, I think that's the best entertainment you can get. It's better than Netflix, I think. I love coming on here and listening to how stupid people sound. I really do. I think it's great. So sometimes, it can be annoying, whatever. But listen, when she's going against some smart people on here, I mean, she's gonna get defeated every fucking time. It's nothing new, you know. So and then when she gets defeated, she'll play the victim card like she always does. That's what she does. Then look what she wrote. This room's extremely unkind. We had several conversations, and she'll try to point it back at you like you're the enemy, like you're the aggressive one.
I think Palestinians.
Yeah. She learned from them very well. Oh man, too funny.
The fact that she's a woman sounds like a cute voice with a cartoon. She's always going to be able to take over an audience, especially if she's giving a polarized speech. So she's a good example of somebody your father should warn you about and say, you know what? Don't marry a liberal.
That's your girlfriend in the picture, John?
She's one of the good things that has come out of running for Congress. Well, you know what else is amazing is that Shlomi has lived it. It's not just somebody coming on here giving their political rhetoric. Shlomi's personal lived experience is all the evidence you need to basically support his position. Because when you've actually experienced it and you're not just on here running your mouth, projecting all the propaganda you've consumed, I mean, it's the evidence you need to defeat the opponent.
But she thinks I need to be kind of the community, not aggressive to those people. Definitely, they are my brothers and my sisters also. Still, maybe after they give them back, nationality and everything will go down also.
I can't believe anybody has the nerve to open their mouth to you. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm naive. I mean, they did it to Shlomi in Amir's room. They did it to you in Amir's room that one time. So
No, it's not for Amir. I'm not expecting anything else. But it happened from Amos. It definitely will happen from Igor. It will go so on and so on. And it's happening with people like that. The people that think like this. That's it. The same that I will find here the people that are thinking the same. That are 1% of this country. No, I'm exaggerating a little bit more, but they are a minority. It's like 200,000 people. From 8 million, I don't know the math of the percentage. But if I will face them in the street, I will get the same. No. So I'm not surprised.
But why does he really think that's a conspiracy? Like, I don't understand. Why is it bad? Like, if that happened, why would you think that's a conspiracy?
Because it's the same like what they've done. They hate Bibi and they don't care what's going to happen in the middle.
But wouldn't that make their stance of hating Bibi even more? Like, because if they said that, if they're saying that they knew about it in the morning before and they didn't tell Bibi, they're saying that Bibi.
No,
okay, I see.
Before the night.
Yeah, early morning. That's what I meant. Early morning. So they pretty much are saying that Bibi knew about it before and did nothing. But what you're okay, and according to your story, that's what verifies that, and that's why people like Egal and her are denying that because they think Bibi knew about it and did nothing. Am I correct on that?
The first time that Bibi knew about it was 6 and something.
Like when it was happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. I talked to you that morning, bro. Everybody was shocked. Like, you didn't know what the fuck. We didn't know what was going on. I mean, it was just rockets, you know?
Exactly. It was the only rockets.
Like, we had no idea that there was going to be terrorists coming over the border. So. But shortly after I spoke with you, I saw it on the TV. You know? So.
You saw on the TV.
Yeah, and so
the last on TV. Well,
I saw Hamas terrorists on pickup trucks driving into Sedot and the kibbutzim around and with guns mounted on the top and dead bodies. Like they were showing like dead bodies scattered around. during the driving, like trying to get into buildings and stuff. And people that were living in the city were filming it. So I remember I was messaging you, like asking you if there was anything going on, and that's when we were talking, bro. We had the voice chat, about what was happening. So
We were, you mean that day? We were.
yeah.
I don't provide evidence for you. Go ask Ronen Bar for the evidence, okay? He is in interrogation. Needs to be, not me, my friend. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. You're bothering me.
We were in a room.
Wait, maybe I'm gonna end my sentence and sorry. And what I told you, I heard in the media. And if you wanna go, look for it. If you don't want, don't look for it. I don't wanna prove you anything. Don't come to me. Don't ask me for everything. Don't engage with me. Okay? I don't wanna speak with you. Thank you.
There's articles all over about it. There's you just Google Ronan Bar, and then knew about October 7th. It's like all over. It's a bunch of articles. I don't know what he's saying. It's conspiracy.
He can think what he wants to think. I don't want to engage with him anymore. And don't come to me and don't ever reach to me. You're bothering me. Thank you.
So we're talking about that day. What you didn't know, we were all in a room. A whole bunch of us that day. And then, Harry, do you remember I was on the phone with Adele?
Yeah.
Adele, that was the craziest part. Adele's like, I think they're coming to my house. I'm going in my safe room. That was crazy. And we had this whole conversation with Adele about her dog and what to do about her dog. Because if she took the dog in the safe room, the dog would bark. So, I mean, it's so nuts remembering back in real time and worrying about you and Jake. Just like everyone coming in back and forth into the room that day. Harry, you remember all that?
Yeah, of course.
I called her nights ago. We had a long catch-up.
Yeah, I mean, I was on the phone after we were in the room, then I called her separately, and I talked to her while she was in her safe room. I mean, and she heard them breaking windows in her home.
Yeah, they tried her windows. They tried. And as I recall, they were also trying to open the door on the other side of the safe. In those days, they didn't lock.
She had her son with her, keeping the door shut.
Son-in-law.
Is it son-in-law?
Yeah.
If you think that I'm lying and you care that I'm spreading lies, go through me.
No, you can't for a second. I was going to say this about it now. Why would Shlomi lie? Of all things to lie, it's just inconceivable. We're all trying to figure out the truth to fix it. But I want to say about it now that when you believe something your whole life with all of your heart and soul, and then the thing that you believed is shown to be false. Maybe some of our older guys remember the Fireside Theater. Everything you know is wrong. This is a cognitive dissonance. It's suddenly the world turned upside down. And part of that is the idea, obviously, of the two-state solution.
No. Stop trying to convince him. We don't care. The people in the room that really want to find out if it's a lie or no, went and Google it or ask the AI or ChatGPT and everything. We don't care that you're trying to do something else here, to prove something else. Again, I'm telling you, if I'm lying and you don't care, and if you care, I see that you care that I'm lying, yeah? Go sue me. Leave us alone now. Because we will throw you from the room now. And you can sue me on that also.
Hey, free representation here if he does.
Remove from room. Thank you. Fuck off. Plastic Marty, go sue me, lying, whatever. Sue me that I
This is how the lefties are in Israel, man. Like, this is nothing new. Like, this is how they act towards people that were hostages, towards people that don't agree with them. It's fucking insane. They're delusional people. That's how they are. They're crazy, the lefties in Israel. Crazy. And he goes, and my Amos are a great example of them. They're dangerous people. Well, I'm not saying physically. They're not dangerous physically. They're dangerous by them spreading lies. That's what I meant.
Yeah, in that way, in that matter, in that way, I agree with you 100,000%.
Yeah, it's fucking dangerous shit, man. And you provide the evidence of it, and they still deny it. That's how fucking brainwashed they are. Shit's crazy, man. You'll never to see the right way. They always will be how they are. Lefty idiots. And if they were in power in Israel, Israel would have been gone after October 7th, probably. They would have given them a fucking country, probably, already by now. Disgusting, the lefty. Disgusting people. Not much better in the U.S. They're just as bad.
So you might have fun talking to retards on this app, but the opportunity cost that it's costing you to come on here and have these endless, meaningless, stupid conversations with brainwashed retards, I mean, is it really, worth it?
Why do you come on here? You do the same thing. You record.
Well, I'm a filmmaker like El Normo. I'm creating product. I'm a filmmaker. I've got 30 YouTube accounts, 5,000 subscribers. I'm trying to make money out of all these retards. Meanwhile, you're just talking to retards, wasting all your time.
Yeah, but I'm helping you get the content because it's not them just talking to themselves.
I'm telling you up front, Joe, if you will use my words or my name, I'm the one that did the percentage, my friend.
As soon as Netflix sends me a shekel, I'll send it straight to you.
Right, there's something called consent, John. It's a magic word. Look it up.
I live in Illinois. You should look up the laws in Illinois, Abby. You should. I live in Illinois, Abby. You should look up the laws. You should look up the laws in Illinois.
Your own is home, showing me by the end of it.
Only certain people could remember that it was, I think it was 50 years to the day since the Yom Kippur War, the day attacked on October 7th. I'm not saying that happened on October 7th, it's not from the day, but it was 50 years. It's not crazy. It's a sneak attack.
Yeah, it was what's it called? Simchat Torah that day. מומי, אני בארץ בסוף החודש.
Yeah, for the wedding?
Yeah, for the wedding.
Yeah, בשעה טובה. מזל טוב.
מי מתחתן? Who's getting married, Abby? Yeah, not me. Never again. Never? She's, no. So, and that's a really cute story. My kids were little babies. I had favorite an au pair. I had au pairs. Metapella. Yes. So I had, in the beginning from Sweden, and they drank. Au pairs that live in Metapella. That live in, right. So they like to drink too much, the Swedish girls. So I decided I'm going to get Israeli. And I had an Israeli au pair. And then, every year you get a new one. But this one I became very close to. She had an identical twin sister. And we stayed close over the years. So now they have their own children. Two of them are my au pair has two boys that are in Sahel now. And the twin sister has three girls. And one of the girls is getting married. So they're like my family to me. Actually, the get-togethers when I'm over there with, Evan and Guy and So
What is it?
it's in that really beautiful place. Wait, hold on. She texted me the name of it. It's I guess it's a venue for weddings. Yeah, what people are going to go to Israel and go to the venue. I didn't say when it was.
Okay.
It's just a venue. Wait, I'll tell you. I have no prompts in saying where it is. It's at. Let's see if you know this. I'm looking at the invite. Damn it, it's in Hebrew. Wait, I gotta translate it. It's north of Tel Aviv. Emek Hefer.
Emek Hefer.
Yeah. You know where that is?
Yes.
There's like it's a venue.
I don't know the venue. It's a place. It's like a city.
K-A-H-I. Kahai. K-A-H-I. Google it. Kahai. K-A-H-I. Bishra Masiba. You know, it's
Maybe also Kahi.
Kahini, maybe?
Maybe Kahi.
Yeah,
Resort. The venue in Israel looks gorgeous.
Yeah. Looks nice.
I see water.
We know how it's
Thai.
in Israel.
Thai. Yes.
The weddings, you know.
Well, this was supposed to be, you know, you guys know the story. It was in Europe en route to Israel when the war broke out in June.
Wow.
So they had
Wow, what
to.
a nice place.
Nice place, isn't it? So they had to
Very
postpone the wedding.
You staying there? It's
No,
like, I think
no.
like
the Malone, Tel Aviv, Israel. Now I'm not going to dox myself where I'm staying, but no.
No, it's okay because I think it's a hotel also, but it looks very nice.
Yeah, it does look nice.
You know, Daniel, there's no better hotel in Israel than the Daniel Hotel in Tel Aviv.
He's saying the Dan.
The Dan.
Yeah.
That's the one with the down colors, right? With the colors, right?
Yeah. That's a nice
There's
hotel.
2 Dans
There's 2 Dans, yeah.
and only 1 Norman.
You can say that again.
I want to go back and stay at. It's called the 100.
That was in Royal Beach.
The one that we have is
Yeah,
one
you
of
like Royal Beach, right? That's where the
It
steakhouse
was
is.
wonderful. Maybe I was like 2 weeks ago, something like that, or 3 weeks ago. I enjoyed the time. Really, it was worth it.
So, John, I'm not joking. The nicest hotel in Tel Aviv is the Norman.
I haven't been in that one, but I went to the 180-degree hostel.
Expensive one.
You're gonna have a better time on the rooftop at the 180-degree hostel, which is a cheap hostel. You know, right in the epicenter there. You're gonna have a great time on that roof.
Well, maybe I spent one night, like, a week ago, like last Shabbat in Tel Aviv for 600 shekels for a night. It was a nice room hotel, and then there is a rooftop pool, and it was only 600 shekels for the night.
Really? That's really cheap.
Yeah, it was cheap. It was last moment, you know. There's a lot of housing in the rooftop. You know what is housing?
RC.
They don't know.
So try to explain to them.
They're pretty much like
Widow.
yeah. That's a good way to describe it.
The ones that sitting in the pool and they will put the cry music or the Israeli music like Mizrahi, the heavy ones.
Adidas tracksuit, and then we'll have a fight with.
And they will take the bottle of wine in the middle of the pool and try to let everybody drink from the bottle. So that's what happened to us.
And they all wearing like their hair slicked back with sunglasses or Prada sunglasses. Gold chains, you know. All gold chains with Kaiser, Magenta bead.
So say the word in Hebrew and
Witnesses, which we can just call JW, the Mormons, and the Christian Scientists. And then I realize that all of these cults can be discussed together. And the reason is because there's an entire subsection of cults, which are cults that are under the guise of Christianity. They claim to be Christian themselves, but in very specific ways and similar ways to each other. In fact, they pervert mainstream Christianity to indoctrinate people and control people and bilk people and separate people from society and embody all the characteristics of what we would think of as being destructive cults. So we talked about Scientology a couple weeks ago. These organizations are all much, much larger than Scientology by their number of adherents. And I believe of the
that niggas get to just say what they want about my mom, my dead mother, right? And that just is whatever. We kind of accept it. We look away, and if I retaliate to it, still.
We kicked me out right away.
museum? What are they?
No, it's the way you know it. We talk about Jews.
The Jews have like mustaches and they're wearing like robes and hats, pretty much. They all have a long mustache.
They have shit beds.
Gruz.
They have shit beds.
G. Gruz. Georgia.
Oh, Gluzinis.
No, the Gluzinis are like me. We look artsy. Whatever that we do, it doesn't matter. We look artsy.
They look artsy and they all have bald heads.
Maybe if I would try to be like hippie, I would still look artsy. Because I'm Georgian.
Are you both sides Georgian?
Yes.
Oh,
It's a wedding I have. They're half Georgian.
Oh, nice. So you will see maybe Georgian music.
What, are you from Atlanta?
Tell me, did you see what I sent you? The little video from the Georgian restaurant?
Where did you send it?
What's it up?
Which number?
I only have the one for you. But
It's the old one. I changed out the wrong. We need to catch up.
Okay.
Shlomi, I can't get Abby to endorse me for Congress and the candidate that I'm running against.
And she said, no. Don't try to convince me to.
Okay.
You give me permission to get your number.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. And then I can send you the little video. We've been going out.
Soon also the Scottish guy will.
Yeah, I'll get it. It's a good from
The Scottish guy.
the Scottish guy.
So I should get it from him instead?
Flying the skirt.
He's got nice legs, by the way. Don't.
Go ahead, but yeah, the Scottish with the Scot, the gay guy with the. So.
With the nice legs.
Yeah, the shaved ones.
So Ace is at 33% on the survey, so she failed at life. I chose needs a life, but see, maybe that's projection on my behalf. Who projected needs attention? Let's see. Anybody? Nobody? We only have 2 people that have taken the survey on the stage. If you haven't taken the survey, why does Ace gaslight people on Clown House? Maybe you've heard her. She's got a very annoying voice. If you go to her Instagram, it looks like her lips are gonna pop. And apparently, she's an attorney.
Oh, shit. Oh, man. There's no one else that's entertained by Clubhouse, man. This shit is entertaining as fuck, bro.
It's a roast app. People put themselves out here and they're subjected to getting roasted.
They get roasted. Her lips do look like they're about to pop, that's for sure. Oh my god.
How much lip filler can you fit in those lips?
Yeah. I can't believe she said that, but honestly, I'm not shocked that she said this either. I'm really not. Fucking idiot, man. What's up, Sammy? How you doing, bro? See you down there. Sammy's a good guy. I like Sammy. We need more people like Sammy in Judea's scenario.
See, if you really want to get Amir's room to... Getting a lot of feedback from here. I'm just saying, if you haven't recorded Amir's room yet, put it on X, tag Dan Bongino and Cash Patel at the FBI. Amir is a terrorist promoter, and then go into Amir's room and post the link to X, and you'll see Amir's head explode like a firework.
Do you think that they actually really see that on their Twitter? Do you think they actually check that or have somebody check that?
Somebody check it.
Yeah, they use it as intelligence.
I tell you why. Because when things are moving in a way that I'm involved, like the lawsuits and things that I'm doing sometimes on Twitter that are affecting, things are happening here and there. And example I will give you is when I did the interview with Irene, I think. That's when Amir played my recording. So yeah, they are following everything. Well, it's working for them 100%.
Wait, he's working for who?
For someone that managed to deceive this out again.
Yeah, I believe that also. I truly do. Because he's on here every day. All he talks about is Israel. That's it. That's all. There's like Jew haters on here, yeah, Israel haters. But they're not always talking about Israel all the time. And Israel is always, every time it has to do with Israel. It's very, very odd. Like you said, it's like he's getting paid by somebody to do it, you know? So, but every single room, every single day is about Israel. Something about Israel. Or Netanyahu or whatever. Crazy shit. But, I mean, I thought the same thing about that Soren guy. He disappeared off the face of the earth. No one has seen him on here. It's been like over 6 months. It has to have been. It has to be. Almost probably more than that. I don't know. I haven't seen that guy in a while. So. Soren.
My suitor.
Oh my god. That was crazy. That was a crazy battle that they had. Feud. You got on his nerves. That's why. You got under his skin. I mean, when somebody comes up to you like that, that means that you really trigger them. You know?
With the baby, it wasn't more than that.
Yeah, he did.
So, yeah, like, I mean, real niggas who've been watching and paying attention, they know what's up, and they've said as much so far. So I appreciate y'all who've kind of been speaking up and like speaking truth to power against the nonsense and the fake narratives. But go ahead.
Alright, not trolling anybody, scroll up in the chat. That was a 10-minute submission.
10 minutes of
Yeah, this is probably one of my only ones. Yeah. It's one of my only ones. I had a lot to get off.
I was 10 minutes of the show.
Hey man, sometimes it gotta be like.
Exactly.
I know this punk ass nigga's not talking about things. I know he's not talking about me. I know it.
Next to you is Solomon.
Yeah, Solomon.
I read it in the chat. Yes. Next in the queue is Solomon. After Solomon, it's Lion. After Lion, it's Joel.
Yeah, what up, King Solomon?
Yeah, what's good? What's good, Hank? Yeah, it's good to see you, buddy. So
After Lion's Concrete, after Concrete, it's Joel. My fault.
No, that's cool. So my thing, knowledge is, because obviously when we see heated back and forth like with Louis and Lion, the first thing we think is, okay, how can we fix this? And obviously that's what a lot of us want, myself, Concrete, and others. The problem is, and like, we have to have the Holy Spirit, bro. And I get it, especially with what you just said, Louis. Because I believe in the same thing. I'm a Proverbs 26:5 individual. I don't believe in none of this pacifist faggotry that a lot of modern Christians think the Bible speaks to. There's a time and place for war, and there's a time and place for peace. But we also, if we say we believe in Christ, we have to know when it's time for the both. And if you're one who's instituting it, which Lion, I think, respectfully, you just did, in a way that you didn't have to, then yes.
Okay, I'm gonna restart this live stream. This is Chillism. This is a group of brain rot sufferers. They may have Down syndrome or autism or some other type of neurotypical disorder. So we're here documenting retardation real time. Hit that like button right now. This is Chillism. A group of super retards who can't figure out what else to do with their time, wasting all their time talking about nothing. Literally, this is a show about nothing. This is like the modern day social audio Seinfeld. So I hope you enjoy.
But for some reason, you wanted to be that with Louis, right? And I would rather just have you two, and I get that that's not going to happen right now in the moment. I get that, especially, and that's the thing, Knowledge. I know we have our rules. One of the other rules set that I think would fall into is like people's immediate dead relatives. I don't know why that's not included, but whatever, that's another conversation. I just think that in that moment, Lion, you didn't have to, in that moment, in this moment, you know which moment I'm talking about. You didn't have to fan the flames. You didn't. There was no point in doing that. And you knew what it was gonna do. You knew it was gonna make people go off, and then you tried to, come on, bro. What is that? That's some low key tactics, bro. Low key does goofy shit like that, right? Not us. And speaking to that, and I'll finish with this. Knowledge. My thing is with the whole, Joker conversation. I think as Christians, the scriptures warn us out here.